It's the only place in the world where it's actually organized in this way, where different researchers from different fields can come and cooperate. I think it might be a really productive idea.
Because outside world are interested in more general questions which don't have any specific disciplinary dimension. They are multidisciplinary questions, which are the questions which concern humanities or concern business education or concerns people who develop technology. So one answer to that is to do multidisciplinary team research, to get a team of people from different disciplines who work together and produce research results that are relevant for several disciplines and by extension to the larger world. The question is how to get this team together. And we developed a format at School of Advanced Studies, which is called Project Design Session, to do exactly that.
All those people who came here, they are master of a single discipline, and then they are going to form groups intersecting, and where all those disciplines are going to intersect with each other.
So my name is Gary Ritzian.
Hi, I'm Julie Reshe.
My name is Natalia Zaretskaya.
I'm Mark Garrity.
Well, the criteria is there are two criteria. One is you have to select strong researchers. They have to have potential leaders in their respective fields. And the other criteria is that actually they need to, we don't really expect people to form research teams during these 3 or 4 days. What we want to see is the potential for individual scholars to collaborate.
This was probably the most stressful 3 days of my life because our team got selected to continue every day with the same project with critiques that helped us to modify that project.
We wanted to question the idea of this clear distinction between the 5 senses.
Here I'm working on a project on understanding the social ramifications, impacts of digital media.
And I try to combine psychoanalysis with neuroscience.
It really got you thinking in very different ways than you've been accustomed to. So I think it's a very productive process in a way.
In this format, there is no guarantee that people, even if they are good researchers in their fields, will be able to do a good multidisciplinary project because it's a special kind of work, it's special competence.
The main qualities of individual researcher will be precisely to the possibility to get out of the comfort zone, as you say, of individual subjects.
It happens very often that neuroscientists work with computer scientists or with MR physicists, and this in itself is difficult enough. But to sort of come up with a language between natural sciences and social sciences and the humanities to solve a certain problem, this is a completely different kind of challenge.
We had 4 hours each day to show some kind of novel research design, new questions, new methodology, new ideas about how to pursue the research practically. So it's the most intense, high-pressure experience I've ever had as an academic.
I think now I'll actually miss it. After 3 or 4 days, you kind of look forward to the next day of having that same intense experience.
I think the experience is great because even though you don't know people personally, but there is something that unites you. And in this way, because we came with we have different backgrounds, but same research interests, it's like we were already close before we met each other.
So good afternoon, everybody. I just have a small announcement to make, is that tomorrow. So tomorrow we are having teaching demonstration. Teaching demonstration is going to be here in this building. Daniel is the main person organizing that, so address all your questions to Daniel. And after that, we are going to have a meeting where you can just, answer questions you might have. And after that, you're going to have a party, as far as I know, but we will send you an email. So this is for tomorrow, and for today, we just do the plenary session. And after the plenary session, I think there is nothing scheduled. So you're welcome to just explore local restaurant scenes. Okay, thank you. Daniel.
Okay, hello everyone. Let's start with the first group, how to develop and deliver a treatment controlling diversification of cancer cells. So Philip, Igor, Albert, and Sergey. And Philippe. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. Do you have a microphone on the right? 15 minutes.
Okay. So I will start and Sergey will continue. This project is different from what we presented before. It is about development and delivery of a new type of treatment that would control the genetic diversification of cancer cells. There are 5 people on the project. So, but first I would like to start from a brief technical or biological intro. So the research question is, how can we understand, deliver a therapy that controls the genetic diversification of cancer cells? This consists from a consecutive stages or sub-questions which we have to answer one after another. Firstly, what is the biological mechanism of diversification? And the second, how can our knowledge be used to develop a therapy? How do we mobilize the expertise? How we get the money? How do we organize the research? And how and to whom we deliver our results? The first thing which has to be noted that cancer is a #1 leading cause of death in the world. Cardiovascular diseases kill 18 million in the world per year, and cancers, different types of cancers, kill 10 million. The cancer death rates of type shown on this slide, and you can see that the tracheal, bronchial, and lung cancers greatly dominate. The second and important is a colon and rectum cancer, and then there is a liver cancer, and I would say that the dominant is pretty much stable, even though colon and rectum are declining. If you consider the difference between different countries, which is shown here, we show here 7 selected countries, you will see that the cancer rate in many countries went through a high peak. What is shown here is death rate per 100,000. According to World Health Organization, and you can see that as a function of time, from year 1950 to 2006, you can see that the death rate went to the peak. The decline of cancer is, of course, related to better diagnostics, early diagnostics, and quitting smoking in many cases, because smoking is, of course, killer. Interesting that females suffer from this terrible disease to much lesser extent. He's sneaking in. Huh? So the mechanism of cancer is that when you, what is a tumor cell? Tumor cell is a normal cell of a body from any tissue. Normally, tissue cells are differentiated during the in utero development, and they're supposed to play specific functions. They're supposed to receive signals from the outside of cytokines and hormones, and respond to contact inhibition from other cells. So tumor cells is a cells which went crazy which doesn't follow the rules, which doesn't receive any signals, and divided without control. During this clonal, very fast clonal division, there goes enormous amount of genetic variation, and all this is shown here by different colors. So if you have a tumor, it consists from cells which display completely different properties and functions unrelated to properties and functions of the original cells which started the cancer. Some of the cells will be highly invasive for tissue. Some will have very high rate of growth. Some will form metastasis, and so on and so forth. And metastasis, sorry, it's pronounced metastasis. So metastasis is a process when a cell formed in primary tissue, in this example it's a liver, it goes down the bloodstream, blood vessels, penetrate to other organs and forms tumors. And when people apply chemotherapy, a large part of cells is killed, but a very small number survives. These develop resistance, and then they expand, and then again they develop resistance. And as a result, you have a multiple resistance metastases, which are resistant to anything which you throw at them. And that's what we are going to do.
All right, thank you. Right, yeah. This slide presents the structure of our project, and our project is comprised of four groups. So I'll start with the group number 4, and in this group. In this part of the project, Philip is managing the organizational part and finds the way of financing the project. Then part number 3, Eiler and Igor are responsible for this part. In this part of the project, it is planned to retrieve the data from the internet, to find some data on molecular biology, some existing databases that will be used for analysis, and later the modeling of the dynamic of cancer cells, so which leads us to the second part of the project. In the second part, I and Igor will work on mathematical modeling. So the model will be developed based on the data retrieved from the web with the help of Eiler, and once the model is derived, it will be tested against some other data not used in its development to check the robustness of the model. If required, the model will be adjusted and the process will be repeated. Once the model is in somehow final stage, when it's ready, there will be a development of vaccine or forms of treatment, which later will lead us to the part 1 of our project. In this part, I and Albert will evaluate the economical and social impact of the developed treatment, and also develop materials for the people, that the people could be educated how to reduce the risk of cancer cell diversification, so get lower exposure to the risks. Then all the results will be communicated to the university, to the doctors working in the area, and to the policy-making professionals, so that the corresponding policies could be implemented in order to lower the death rate because of cancer. Well, at the first stage, the data will be found on the internet, and then models will be created and tested. After this, we plan to make suggestions for the corresponding therapies, provide advice to the people, and publish the results. So this, the proposed research project is not an umbrella project, because there is just one single objective. It's just one project, and the funding will be sought for this entire project. The packages interact and share and exchange the results. And also the team members, they participate in different parts of the project in different work packages. And the project is multidisciplinary because of the team, because of the methods, because of the objective. And it also comprises lots of the fields which are themselves interdisciplinary. So what is surprising about this project? The project is supposed to be delivered quite fastly, so in 6 years approximately. We have quite a huge range of specialists in the team. So the significance of the product is probably of the project is self-explanatory, as the main goal is to seek for the cure for cancer. Right? So what do we have to unlearn? Yeah, we have to step out of our comfort zones of the fields where we were working before. We have to put aside some conformisms and to be more tolerant to the fields that we have never worked in before. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Who would like to ask the first question? Barbara.
Yeah, thank you for a very interesting and useful proposal to save humanity yet from another terrible disease. Sergey, you said we have to step out of our comfort zone and we have to unlearn certain things. Can you make this a little bit more concrete? You're an expert in modeling. So where is your modeling approach or the model itself at the moment insufficient or going into the wrong direction so that you need to adjust? Can you foresee this somehow?
Yes, thank you for your question. So I will have to step into the unknown territory of microbiology, which I'm not very proficient in right now. So I'll have to learn methods and techniques used and suitable for this area. So that's where I see the main challenge for me.
How is the modeling affected? How is your modeling approach affected? I mean, where exactly will the knowledge of modeling be modified? Your skills.
Right. Yeah. So, as I'm not currently capable of modeling anything in the world. Yes. Mm-hmm. So I was not exposed to this experience, yeah. So as Philip kindly said, advises me that I don't work alone, and I have a teammate, and they will help me to.
Okay, sorry.
To get adjusted to the.
I thought you have already anticipated certain issues, but it's okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Krishna and Zach.
Do you have any cancer biologist in the group? And second question is...
The answer is no. We don't have a cancer biologist, but we have a molecular biologist, and we have, which is Ayla, obviously, and it doesn't, and trust me that fields of molecular biology are not that separated to make her useless for cancer modeling. And the second thing is that we have a person who worked in virological labs for 27 years, and made models of evolution and immunology, and these models mathematically are very similar. They have to be just adjusted for new data. New data will be found by Ayla.
So you have shown a flowchart, a graphical representation of how the cancer is developing. And I think it's too much of oversimplified picture. I think that's yes. Generally shown to the school kids. Do you know the so do you know the etiology of cancer, how the cancer is caused? Because the cancer is not caused by a single way. I mean, there are,
Yes, there is an enormous field of, there is various types of cancer. The answer can be called for multiple reasons. One is a chemical-induced cancer. Smoking is a classical case.
So
another is you're asking me a question. Let me answer.
Yeah, I think that's fine. So, which model are you going to take? Like, are you going to work with one type of cancer, or you're going to, work globally against all the cancers?
We are going to start from one or two cancers and then see how it goes. We will start from those cancers which are most problematic, which is of course tracheal and cancer, probably trachea cancer. We're going to use data from them, and regarding the model, I'm going to take the model which I developed for influenza, the evolution of influenza and HIV, actually two different models, and I'm going to adjust them to match the data on cancer, which are going to be provided by me, by Ayla.
And you are going to work on a field where the core is cancer biology, and you don't have anyone in your group.
Yes, I'm going to be on the field on cancer biologist, and I am going to consult everyone who is necessary to provide this expertise. Above all, we all, both me and Ayla, are going to read special literature on the cancer biology. We are trained to read various literature on molecular biology, including cancer biology. We possess sufficient expertise to read this literature and to adjust our work to it.
So what will be the output? Last one, yeah? Important question. What will be the output? What do you see? Like in a year or in 2 years, what will be the outcome?
In 1 year, I will have a working model, and we will have a working model for one cancer.
And that, you have to test all these things, how
we will not have therapy in 1 year, in other words. We will have one working model.
The outcome, final outcome.
Okay, thank you.
The outcome will be a working model for one cancer, which will be tested, constructed from one set of data and tested on another set of data. That's outcome in 1 year.
Okay, thank you. Despite what I said yesterday, I really like the structure of this group. I think that it's streamlined. I think that it's direct. I think it's not this bullshit of unfolding. I think that's actually an asset that you need to that needs to be practiced more here. And I think we struggled a lot creating multidisciplinary teams that have a structure like this with a manager like Philippe. I like it. I thought maybe you guys were being sarcastic about the idea of the Baroque, and I was trying to push you to admit it. But my question today, a lot of people and a lot of money go into cancer research. What does your multidisciplinary background with a lack of anyone who actually studies cancer bring to this? Why can you solve this huge problem better than other people can with a lot more money?
Well, I think during yesterday's presentation, I gave the examples of me changing the dominant view on an extremely important topic in HIV. So what makes me special is the fact that I'm very innovative, and I'm a very bold person who can introduce very innovative ideas and bring them to perfection using modeling, and I also use this very diverse type of data. So that's what makes my ability valuable. The idea is that you need to have experience on this particular subtopic. Everyone starts somewhere. And I believe that in 6 months we'll be very versed in the literature and existing data. The reason why I started this project is because I've been to Milan cancer conference in Milan, when I received an invited presentation. These people invited me so I would explain to them some models of evolution. They knew that virus evolution models, on which I work for, as I mentioned, for 27 years, are very relevant to cancer. That is the key expertise which I'm bringing to the project. The systems are biologically different, but the basic mechanism of evolution under the existing immune response is very similar.
Okay, thank you. Alexei?
Thanks. A question for Sergey. Of course, there is a lot of learning to do for you, that's clear. And this learning can go in different directions. So maybe you need to learn some bioinformatics. Maybe you will have to learn some modeling of hydrodynamic systems, right? It can go in various directions. So what is your estimate of the learning stage? Do you need another PhD? Will it last for 2 months or 2 years? What's your view on the learning effort that you would need in this project?
Yeah, so there are certainly lots of things to learn, but that certainly will not require the whole PhD, and it certainly cannot be done in a week either. So my estimate is around 3 months to a year, which is closer to a year probably. So I'll have to understand the basic.
Elaborate on that.
Yeah, sure. I'll have to understand the basic principles used, usually applied in the area of molecular biology, and the general approach to the modeling in this area. And then I believe that studying and adjusting particular models will not be such a big challenge as getting the whole picture.
Okay, who has the next question? Lise.
Have a comment as the natural scientist who is here, that the organizers asked us to leave our comfort zone. They leave their comfort zone. They just went to new areas. The other thing is that feasibility was not among the criteria of according which this should be evaluated.
Okay, who has the next question to the team? Krishna.
I'm sorry, I think you guys are again and again mentioning the word molecular biology. I think you did not get the point. Molecular biology is a branch of biology which gives tools. You can use these tools to study plants and insects and anything in biology. So I think it's not something that it's going to get you some drug or treatment to cancer. Yeah, take that point. Thanks.
Yes, you're right, but this is not a disciplinary project. This is not a project on molecular biology. It is a transdisciplinary initiative that brings together insights and techniques and methodology and data from several disciplines.
Okay, Alexei and Andrei.
Yeah, I'll ask a similar question about resources to Igor. Igor, so, well, definitely to work on this development of mathematical modeling things, you will need a team. Can you elaborate on that? What kind of team do you envision? So what kind of resources will you need to have that model complete? With what kind of time frame? Maybe you have an idea about possible milestones in that work.
Right. The milestones has been listed actually on one of on the first question. Can I get? Can you get me the first slide? First after title. First after title. The very first before introduction. After. Yes, so these are milestones. So answering each of this question, and they are very sequential, they are very specific order, are the milestones. And the most important critical, in my opinion, they're all critical, but I need basically to take models of virus evolution in the presence of immune response, which I recently published on HIV and on influenza virus, and use the data which given to me by Ayla, and I'm going to modify them. You take one piece of data, you adjust the models accordingly, then you, for example, the genetic data, immunology data, protein expression data, omics data, and then you build your model, adjust this model specifically to cancer based on this data. Then you test your model using another piece of data which has not been used yet. That's the way you do. So we repeat the cycle until it works, because typically it doesn't work.
Yeah, now the question is, could you elaborate please on that we? Who are the we? How many people?
It's going to be
approximately. I'm not asking you for precise right information. Approximately, do you need a team of 10 or 3?
Okay, for that I need my for the modeling I need myself, Sergey, a student, and a postdoc. For the mathematical modeling part, Ayla will need a separate postdoc or a student. That's her sub-team. It's a separate package.
Postdoc for 3 years approximately, or like, what do you think, 6 years?
The total is 6 years, but I think, yeah, 1 year, one question, approximately, because we need to get working model first, then we need to get it, we need to contact the oncologists and ask them to apply it to patients. In that case, we have to them involved. They don't need to be in the initial team, we just contact the doctors. I have friends at Hôpital Bicêtre, à Paris. You know, it's located, it's 14 arrondissement.
C'est bien,
Yes, but so, and then we have, and that's what mobilization of experts. And then Philippe comes to the scene and he's going to get us, well, obviously Philippe is going to manage the team and the issues of mobilization of funds throughout the project. We will need next funds, and then after this stage we will work on development of therapy. It's completely different.
Okay, can I ask the last question or?
One last question.
And development of therapy will take a couple of years.
Thanks, yeah, that brings clarity, thank you for that. Yeah, that brings clarity in your project.
So first we have the model, then we test, then develop.
One last question. I'm used to thinking that milestones are concrete and measurable things that you can actually, check. I've reached this milestone, and I'm a bit hesitant when I read a milestone in the form of a question, which you said, you said these things are milestones. How do I identify the biological mechanisms of diversification? Sounds to me like a scientific question for research, rather than something measurable that it can reach in month 24. So I'm not sure these are milestones.
Yes, you are correct. I have to translate this in terms of milestones. One, identify the biological mechanism of diversification and get working models. Second is to developing the therapy. And the third is to deliver the results. That's the three main milestones. To doctors, I mean.
Yeah, just about the management work package. I mean, this is the mere draft of a proposal. In this team, we have a track record of a lot of European projects, so we will have to shape it into the project-based research language of the European Commission.
Okay, Andrei.
No, I don't have a question anymore.
I see. Does anyone have, let's maybe collect the other questions, if there are any. Okay, so thank you very much to this team. Thanks. And we now invite the team Interdisciplinary Insight into Radicalization. So Liz, Javesh, Jonathan, David, and Sarah online. Right.
We have another member.
Sarah.
Is she joining us?
She's watching it online, and then we will call her on Skype.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today, I'm going to present the rest of the work of our team. I have some notes. It's a professional habit. I'm sorry. We stayed on the same program, actually, the same research program. And in the light of yesterday criticism and questions, tried to further concretize the project, make it a little bit more clear. So first, we believe that we make a very good team with a productive project. And secondly, we decided to close the team, not accepting further people, because although we think that, there are other people that could contribute, from other disciplines, contribute to this program, to this research program. But at this point, we thought that adding another person will amount to, will convolute the project. We think that the absence of a political scientist in our team is an advantage for us at this point, because the presence of such a figure at this point would amount to domination of the research program by political scientific agenda, I would say, whereas our research program requires a joint analysis, conceptual analysis of phenomenon of radicalization from different perspectives. We believe that narrowing down the project to an analysis, say, of concept or phenomenon such as violence will limit the project to the effect of hindering the grasp of positive and negative forms of the phenomenon of radicalization. We are as much interested in positive form of radicalization, such as peaceful demonstrations for positive goals, as much as we are interested in negative and violent forms of radicalization, say fundamentalism, you know, like armed groups and so on and so forth. Furthermore, we do not want to limit ourselves within this binary between positive and negative, and we would like to pursue actually our investigations and investigate the shady and gray areas in between these two poles. And we believe also that, we also jointly will pursue a critical analysis of the usages of concepts of radicalization within relevant literature, of course from different perspectives. The next thing we thought today would be useful is working out some of the intersections of our future research interests. I don't think you are able to see what is written in this slide, but this is how actually we came up with some of the ideas about our future research today. Of course, we did this in just a few hours. I will explain further, of course. We did it in a few hours. So if the program turns into a real research program, we definitely think that we can come up with further, way more, you know, like research topics and results. As for the intersections, Siavash, John, Liz, David, and Sarah will investigate how the state institutions foster radicalizations through promoting notions such as diversity and multiculturalism, actually by eternalizing ethnic, religious, racial, etc. divisions. Another example is, or will be, David, Liz, and John's joint work on the role of media in promoting the so-called racial inherencies and sociocultural groupism. Sociocultural groupism actually means, you know, like how communities based upon imaginary and random cultural and biological commonalities form exclusive and closed groups against other communities or groups of people. A further line of research would be run by Sarah and John. They will analyze how conditions for the rise of radicalization are formed within and by higher educational institutions. This will be actually it would be done in form of a case study on universities in Pakistan, where students are being mobilized and radicalized by both, you know, like feminist and neo-fundamentalist goals. And last but not least, Liz, John, and Siavash will comparatively analyze the feeling of belonging from biological, anthropological, and psychological perspectives, respectively. The feeling of belonging contributes to ideologies such as groupism that I just mentioned, that has the potential to foster radicalism. We believe we are a good team with a productive research program that contributes to knowledge and has the potential for applicability. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there will be many questions. Who would like to ask the first one? Sasha.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. And I'm going to take an advantage of seeing Sarah now. And my question is to you. Could you please specify some details about your participation in the project from your point of view? Because the speaker also said something, but what is your view?
Okay, so I completely missed the part of the presentation, what the speaker said, because this link I was on, I did not follow. So can the speaker a little bit tell me what they said so I can follow up on that?
No, it's even better than you can tell
Okay,
your
just
exactly
like
your
that.
opinion.
Okay, so I think my role is basically I am from the field of higher education administration, and we talked about the interlink between education and radicalization, the concept of radicalization. So it can be looked from two perspectives. One perspective is how the institution, as it's connected, we talked about the role of state. So state uses media and state also uses education as a part of control systems and also as a radicalization devices or tools. So how it's done in that sense, and what is the role of education in perpetuating these radicalized ideas or movements. Second one is looking at the impact of radicalization on higher education institutions and also societies. So these two aspects, like how it's perpetuating, the systems of higher education are perpetuating these ideas and concepts, and also how it's impacting both the higher education. Of course, higher education involves its further constituents like students, administrators, faculty, different parts of it, and also the society in general. Yeah.
One moment. Sasha has a follow-up question.
One word, just to better understand. So methods is part of your work, right? And could you give a simple example for a person who knows nothing about it?
Sarah, just to clarify, the example that was given here is a potential research in Pakistani higher education institutions.
Oh, okay.
Between me and you.
Okay, yeah. So so initially when we were developing this topic, we were very much focused on a theoretical concept. I think we really discussed a lot in terms of how we are developing theoretical strands of this idea and how we are moving to it. And then second one was like, okay, if we go for the field study, what would be the location and how we can do it? So I think in my personal understanding, and especially in my own accessibility and area where I work, one place which we can work is Pakistan, I think, and also look at Pakistani higher education institutions, especially the government. We are just taking a very basic sample from public sector higher education institutions and see how they are basically going through this challenge of radicalization and what's happening there, different cases which are coming from there, and we can analyze some of those cases there. But how further, like how you really need to, when you are working on a research project like that, especially field work, you have to spend a lot of time thinking and refining your questions, refining your design, and also when you go to the field, you need to really consider a lot of other issues of security and safety. And of course, this is a pretty sensitive, like very sensitive topic, so we have to think about that as well. And on the other hand, I think if you want to be more, stay on the positive side, there are lots of movements, especially positive, from the positive direction of radicalization, like feminist movement currently, or some other movements which have radically challenged the social norms, but have been not like used in the negative terminology or negative sense. You can look into those as well. So it depends. And also the second context is American context. I worked in higher education here, and I work as a residence education administrator here. So I work usually on a daily basis with 300 to 400 students in the residence halls as well. So we really have to deal with the growing polarization in the US, especially after the elections, and how we are navigating the concept of free speech and also the right for everybody to be able to have their opinions and ideas and still coexist very well, and how higher education is mediating, and what is the role of administrators and faculty in that, and how they are managing it. So we have two different scenarios where we can think about and conduct our studies. Yeah.
Okay. Andrei, Victor, Barbara, and Alexei, Maxim.
Yeah. I have a question to Savesh and Sarah.
Yeah, sure.
Because from the presentation, what I understood, maybe it was just I misunderstood that, but I thought it was implied that there are the same structures in universities that lead to promoting fundamentalism and feminism. That it's pretty much the same machinery. But when Sarah was responding to her question, she seems to distinguish sharply between bad radicalization of fundamentalists and good radicalization of feminist movement. So could you what is the position of the team about this? It's both to Savesh and to Sarah.
Should I go?
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, from my point of view, I think actually most of the phenomena in our societies have some sort of dual character. I mean, the thing is this, the same structures, actually, my assumption, at least at this point, behind what I said is that the same structures that can foster, like good radicalization, they can amount to bad radicalization. How, for instance, again, if I go with the state, I mean, role of the state, for instance, in rise of far right wing, for instance, like there is a possibility that due to the nature of state as the organized society, what I mean by organized society is a society as the arena of clashing forces, and defining then state, of course, after Hegel, as this organized society in the form of, organized clash, I would say. It is inevitable that, this very organization, this very institution itself, functions as a destabilizing factor in social life. So this can sometimes, appear in form of, let's say, right-wing extremism that is being, somehow promoted, as a matter of fact, with state. For instance, with the notion of strong state that, within strong state that Schmidt uses. It can, on the other hand, of course, amount to some sort of a resisting movement on the side of, let's say, people, ordinary people, working people, whatever, whatsoever, for their rights, so on and so forth. So I think it is the very dual nature of our society and its form of organization that amount to such, bifurcated forms of radicalization.
Okay, can I just to clarify? So the notion is that the state promotes right-wing or whatever fundamentalism, but the ordinary people resist by feminist movement.
Oh no, not that. I didn't mean that at all. I say that state by itself. I follow Hegel. I'm just talking now about state. I mean, by the way, and my colleagues will also answer perhaps. The state, but Hegel realized something very interesting, like that within the formation of state, there is this tendency towards despotism. And that is why he didn't have any problems because he was a conservative. He realizes that, that the God has to walk on earth as state in the form of a dictator, like Napoleon, or any monarch. This is a tendency inherent in the state. And this is, you don't have to be a Hegelian to identify this. You can be a proto-Nazi like Schmidt to admit this as well. So there is a tendency like that. But of course, society is a living organism. This doesn't mean that this pressure that comes from the state or this tendency is automatically going to be translated into a form of right wing. There could be resistance against this, and there has always been. And I think nowadays we can see this tendency way more clear. Think about the rise of this totalitarian states, new totalitarian states all around the world, and of course, which ignites, on the other hand, some sort of resistance to the degree that people can organize themselves, from Turkey to Brazil to US, so on and so forth.
Does Sarah also want to answer?
Sure. I think how I see, I think this is a very important question. I really cannot emphasize. It's like chicken before egg or egg before chicken, It's a similar kind of idea. Like what is really influencing radicalization? And if we are saying structures, do we mean structures and then constituents, like how different constituents are working in terms of within those structures? For example, if I look at the American example, currently there is a very huge push for diversity and inclusion. So literally, if you open any bigger higher education institution here, they have agendas, they have full year plans, years and years plan how to include diversity and inclusion, and a lot of identity-based literature and critical theory work is pumped into the institutions, for the social justice purposes. But on the contrary, the same institutions are working, I think, because it's very hard for them, because the purpose of higher education in itself is stratification, and division. It was created to create elite class, basically, and it was created for rich people, higher education. It was not created for everybody. Mass higher education came much, much later, but the structure still remained, and it was. So I think there is this clash and this tension between the purpose of higher education and how we are trying to make it a massive, mass open systems, and how we are trying to do it more equitable, education for all, kind of those ideas. Education was not for all initially. The initial structures were not built for those purposes. So it was exclusive. Harvard is still exclusive. MIT is still exclusive. And they would always want to be exclusive. They would make sure every possible thing that this remain exclusive. So I think this is the tension, and we can definitely tap into it and see how these factors are impacting radicalization and stress. And same as I think in Pakistani cases, it's not about more the nature of the, and again, the type of institutions and variety and diversity. So more diversity and more tension. Like I think there is definitely inherent tension, and that's where we need to see what is causing and what can work better probably, and how those forces are working together, because it's messy. It's not that clean, clear cut. Yeah.
Okay, Victor.
First of all, thank you very much for your presentation. As I said yesterday, I really support your philosophical effort to hijack the concept of radicalization and make it less ideological and more conceptual. So, but I still have that this doubt that Artemy yesterday tried to express, that this ideological background of the very concept of radicalization will finally drag you back to this critique of oppressive neoliberal order in higher education institutions and so on. So I have two questions, one conceptual and one empirical. Conceptual one probably goes to Siavesh, that going back to the first intersection that you mentioned on, in your presentation, when you are saying that state promotes conditions fostering radicalization by using ideological tropes like multiculturalism and what else was, I don't know, diversity. So it's actually interesting because the consequence of this statement is that ideology of multiculturalism and diversity foster radicalization in both ways, right-wing and left-wing. So if this is your statement, then it's really interesting to see how will you define what Nicholas Luhmann called the unity of difference, this common ground between radicals on the left side and the right side, because then you're supposed to consider them symmetrically. Not saying that right-wings are bastards and left-wing are really nice guys, right? So that's the first question. And another follow-up question to this conceptual question is that, well, what then is a conceptual opposition to radicalization? Because now everything looks like radicalization. What is the opposite? I don't know, moderation, ignorance, irrelevance? What's there? And that's the first question. Empirical question goes to Sarah, because if I understood correctly from the presentation that you will try to promote the field work using empirical methods, trying to catch up those mechanisms that in Pakistan higher education institutions are using to foster radicalization on the ground, using as example the rise of feminism and neo-fundamentalism. How can you grasp radicalization empirically? Can you actually somehow operationally define how will you work with this subject? Or it was going to be just another ideological critique of bad Pakistani government, even worse Pakistani higher education institutions that promote terrible radicalization among students, something like this. Because there is plenty of such critique, and if you're really going to do empirical work, I would really like to know how can you see it? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, so I think Siavesh will be the first responder and Sarah second.
Okay. Yes. I would say that the analysis of radicalization is not motivated ideologically. For sure, first of all, this is just to somehow, I would say, show the dual, as I mentioned, show the dual nature of this institution, state as organized society. I underline this. It is organized society, a live, a live institution. It's not something that is standing by itself. It's not something, an architectonic that does not move or anything. So. Perhaps this project, at least in this part, to the extent that, for instance, the state is concerned, requires, as a matter of fact, this de-learning, or forgetting the idea that the state itself cannot be radical, in both sense, and then I think, as I said, historical evidence is way far more than, enough to justify this thesis. So I understand your position about, who is to decide about good radicalization or bad radicalization. At least, but we can say something, in general. If something, I would say, anything that would contribute to the well-being of citizens, that promotes liberties, well-being. There are simple things, I don't need to be a red, armed person just to fight for some whatever, just anything that contributes, any demand that contributes to the prosperity of people. These are good, and they should be radicalized. These demands should be radicalized. Simple, fighting against apartheid is a good radical demand. But fighting, or demanding, let's say, the supremacy of Aryans, whatever, it's bad. Of course, like my position definitely is historically conditioned in a sense. It's historically relative, but just to use the word, with caution. So that's so much I can say. But just to mention, still, as I said, because state itself is just in a sense a condensed society. It is the source of this stability because the society is not a stable thing.
Right, yeah.
I just wanted to add that there would need to be further conceptual work to explore the different types of radicalization. So one thing that immediately pops into my mind is radicalization which operates on ideas of difference as an identity or an essence, and notions of different as a condition. So quite often between the left and the right, the difference would be that the right uses identity categories which are essentialist, whereas the left uses an conception of a common condition of certain injustice rather than an essentialist identity. So that's one of the trope. I can also think of movements that that work towards goals which I very much sympathize with, but still use tools which are based on essentialist notions of identity and are per se, in my opinion, pernicious. So there would need to be further conceptual work to classify and compare different cases to see the kind of background and the rationale for different types of radicalization.
One more thing I forgot to address, I'm sorry. It's about, like this, for instance, multiculturalism itself is a very good example. It's not about the intention of the state or people that are running the state, so on and so forth. Perhaps when it was introduced back in 60s by, Canadian philosophers and whatever, political scientists, it was done with very good intentions, definitely. But, as the saying goes, that the good intentions pave the way to hell. So, this is one of those cases that the reality, the social reality works behind the back of these agents. Now, just demand, when you think about Canada, from 60s to now we have, for instance, say in Ontario, back in 2003, 2004, 2005, there was this great campaign. Actually, it was kind of backed up by the Ontario government to introduce Sharia laws, Sharia courts for Muslims. I was supposed to be a Muslim, because I was born in Iran. And then, something like that. This is how it works, I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Just a little example for this well-being thing, that if now people here just organize a demonstration for having more testing the coronavirus, this would be considered as a positive radicalization, because this is very much connected to the well-being of the people as individuals and as a population also.
I see. Sarah.
Sure. So I think when we are talking about empirical study, right? So empirical studies have a lot of background work which we need to develop before you can even think of. So I think basically I would, thinking from the theoretical framework perspective, we really need to set our heart in terms of theoretical framework, like where we are picking up our framework. And then from that framework and our our approach, like which way of reality we are looking. Are we constructivist? Are we positivist? And how we are looking at the world. And then we develop the study based on that. And then again, there are so many pieces of those studies, from developing a basic question, and then question should lead to, from a question should definitely have a connection with your theoretical framework to then your methodology, and then what outcomes and findings you want. So I think if asking this question right here and finally boom, you come up with a study, with a full-fledged design, I think it is too much of a demand and requirement at this point. I do think this question, directly asking how you are going to design this study in terms of it. I think first we definitely as a team need to hash out the idea of theoretical conceptualization. And then what are the methods, especially I'm going to use? Is it going to be a survey? Like first, we need to find out like what we even mean by radicalization, right? And then how we are going to translate that concept into our research methodology, especially if we are doing the survey or if we are creating initial survey, like how just to see where the Pakistani youth in the higher, okay, and then participants. This is another question, like who will be the participants? Are we talking about students? Are we talking about faculty? Are we talking about administrators? Which aspect, which lens we are using for the study, and how big of the scope is it? Is it a longitudinal study? Is it a short-term study? Is it a quick study? So, you know, these are such big questions that, and this takes time. It needs a lot of preparation. It needs a lot of thinking. Unless you don't have a very sound philosophical and theoretical backing, you cannot go on the field and just say, oh, I will do this survey and I will come back and I will have a research. So I think research as a very complex process. And secondly, how I would approach this process, especially because I study human behavior in general. So for human behavior, you usually start as a exploratory studies. You never have this yes or no answers or hypothesis. I never enter in personally in my studies with a hypothesis already, because you never know. It's like walking into the forest. You don't know what you are going to come across. And that the open-mindedness of being the wanderer in the forest leads you to something new. So you can see something new. The wonder in you as a researcher is very important. If you have already set mind and set structures in your brain, you cannot really go very far. I think so.
Okay.
So that's how I approach research.
Thank you. Now we have Barbara, Alexei, and Makiel, and then we will have another round of questions.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. I think I fully agree with you that you need to have a very clear attention to the research design. But before we talk about the questionnaire or interviews or observation or whatever, how can you actually get help from your colleagues? Because we want to have an interdisciplinary approach, right? So actually already in the choice of theory or in the conceptual angles of your research design, there should be more than you. Do you see any potential benefit from your colleagues to modify or co-construct your research design? Let's make it that way.
I think that is a lovely question. That's a beautiful question. And I think in terms of our colleagues, there is, so basically when I am, if I never worked as a lone person in any research design so far. Like my all research projects have been very large research projects, and I work with multiple colleagues always. So from distance and from even on ground in the United States. So basically what happens in this kind of a process, how I think from that perspective is you know who has what strengths, you know, and then you capitalize on their strengths. For example, if we have a philosopher on our team, I really want to tap on the philosopher, you know, first we really, because I am very, I believe so much in a strong theoretical foundations of a research project. So that would be my first person to go, of course, as a team. And then we have Janet, like he's a socio-anthropologist. How strong, how good it is to me and he, you know, like we should really collaborate because he studies human behaviors, he studies societies. So that's very strong connection. And then from why not looking into other aspects like media would definitely come, like how people are being informed. And then this is,
sorry to interrupt you. Can you just give one example? How do you see a limitation in your current conceptual knowledge where philosophy or anthropology or biology would help you? Just one example.
Higher education itself is not a pure discipline, you know? So we don't have a philosophical conceptualization of radicalization itself in higher education. It's not a higher education concept at all, zero. So I am borrowing the concept from political science field, and these people who are sitting here would help me to think from different perspectives. Oh, Sarah, like think about philosophically how we think about radicalization. Because literally, to be honest, before starting this team, I never thought of radicalization as something positive. So this is my transformation in the process. Like I learned from these people, like, oh, there is something called positive. And I had a hard time setting my heart on that and accepting it, you know, being a little bit stubborn. So yeah, in that sense, do I, like, did I say that? Like,
okay, Alexei.
I would like to congratulate you on this draft of a proposal. It really sounds like something that can be worked out. So very impressive for a couple of hours of work. That's great. And I'm going to ask a question which is maybe a bit too difficult for somebody who's been working on this just for a couple of hours. Maybe it's too deep, but still, I'll try. And this is primarily for Siyavesh, I think, but maybe others would like to answer too. So there are two important things that I've heard in your presentation for my question. And these two things are, first, the structural thinking, the structural approach. So remember when you were answering some of the previous question, you talked about this common structure of radicalization, whether good or bad, and I don't like the terms good and bad, but anyway, whatever radicalization, your backbone is the structural approach, looking at the structure. Okay. So that's one thing that I need for my question. Another thing that you said, which I need for my question, is a very important idea also, and let me quote you. You will not be limiting your investigation to the binary opposition, but investigating the gray area between the extremes. Now, there is some tension between these two things. Each of them sounds very nice and great. But when you're pursuing a structural approach, it's notoriously difficult in a structural approach to investigate the gray zone, because the structural approach pushes you toward investigating the formation of the extreme points. So you need instruments. And here's an example, just an example. When René Girard writes Violence and the Sacred, he has a whole long chapter on what he calls the crisis of violence, the crise de la violence, the crisis of violence, which is the dynamics of how these oppositions arise. And that chapter is really problematic because it's so good to talk about the structure, but not so easy to talk about how, how that gray zone becomes structure at the end. So you may need instruments to work with a gray zone, and I'm not sure the structural approach will yield you right away the necessary instruments. Do you have some thoughts about this?
Thanks a lot for the question. It's a difficult one. But I think I can back up a little bit this. I think so, just as you said. I think that's where I can rely on cultural historical activity theory a little bit. So the gray zones, if we understand society, or if we conceive of society as, let's say, this, totality of people with their relations to each other, and if we think of individual as some sort of, curvature of the social, so that I think there is the potentiality of I say, including these in-between zones, because they are forms of, again, forms of instantiations of, I would say, that the existing relations between people, among people. So I think that there would be place, as a matter of fact, to there would be room for the gray areas. In a sense, we can even say, I don't know how structural I am going, but okay, just a moment. Once we understand the individual, let's say, the individual person, as the curvature of the social relations, that actively participates actually in the constitution of this totality. So in a sense, we can also, you know, like, we can explain how that individual has become, in a sense, is representative of what is going on in the larger scale within this, that has us, I mean, it does not have to all the time appear in form of this, I would say, polarized binary, and how it you know, like, not only reproduces the existing, you know, like, let's say, power relations, so to say, but also contributes to that. I think in this sense, we can even, you know, with the use of this metaphor of curvature, we can to some extent even explain, you know, like for instance, the appearance of micropowers or microfascism, so on and so forth. How, you know, like, I mean, it is not just a matter of that persons are somehow being informed by or being determined externally by larger power structures, but that they, as a matter of fact, do produce themselves as those, I mean, as participants within those structures, so to say. Even then it would be, perhaps maybe we can arrive at some conclusion like these gray areas are constitutive of this very polarization or this polar situation.
Okay, thanks. This is a very ambitious thing that you've just tried in your answer. You realize you said we're going to project top-level structure and a high-level structure. We're going to project them on the micro level and maybe see how on at the level of an individual or micro-level radicalization groups, we see a reflection of the emergent top-level structure. This is maybe feasible. It's really ambitious. I hope you realize the ambition. But maybe other people wanted to react. Yeah.
I want to add something very important here. I mean, the biggest value of doing interdisciplinary research is the possibility of complementarity of potentially incommensurable frameworks and methods. So in a sense, if a structural analysis leaves certain things out, then I can come with qualitative research and with analyses which are less structural to kind of complement, even if on a theoretical level they don't necessarily merge. So on an example of the kind of gray zones, one possibility, one case study that I'm really thinking of is the Rhodes Must Fall or Cecil Rhodes or Fees Must Fall student protest in South Africa, which opposed both fees and colonial symbology in South African universities. One key moment is a student throwing a bucket of human feces on a statue of Cecil Rhodes. This could be analyzed as in what states and structures kind of contribute to creating this moment. It can also be analyzed through kind of looking qualitatively at different outcomes, both in all the kind of gray spectrum of what it produced in terms of positive change, transformation, but also negative results. So kind of, yes, complementarity.
Sarah, you wanted to add something?
Yes, very briefly. I think I really understand the urge, like, you know, when now we really want to see the research design. I think this is the desire here. Like, we really want to see how it would translate on ground when you are doing it. So from that perspective, if you really are thinking about the gray areas very deeply, so then here comes the methodology question again. Like, which methodology would let you capture? Like, are you zooming into it too deeply? And then there is a very blurred line in terms of phenomenology and narrative inquiries and how you are going to do that. Like, are you, so then it comes so closer to fiction, you know? So then fiction and non-fiction and how you're, then again, as a qualitative researcher, you have to defend your methodology. So I think this is a very now turning into a methodological choices and question, like what is your purpose and goal? In the end result, are you really focused on capturing the gray area, or are you going to find some concrete, like if I approach this project as an institutional researcher, what I would want, okay, this is my institution of higher education and we have this problem of radicalization, let's say negative radicalization, and I want to fix it. So I would approach this research method from a research topic from a very different perspective, and I want solutions. You know, boom, boom, boom. Tell me 3, 4, 5 reasons how this happened and how I can solve it and what is the result. But if I really want to approach it as a qualitative researcher and want to really understand the gray area, then I would really focus on the very deep studies, reflections, and maybe go. And then in the end, my conclusion might be just saying that, oh, this is just too complex to capture. Maybe I can give few points, but I can still say the nuance is too complex to really make any concrete suggestions for anybody. Choose by yourself. So again, I think it depends how you are approaching the project as a team or as an individual.
Yeah, and David has something to add.
No, just quickly, I think it's too complex to not get into the gray areas. But as you were saying, to locate the instruments that we're going to use to determine we're dealing with a range of phenomena, and I think it would be reductive to try to simply say, well, let's just deal with the extremes of that range. But you make a good point that we need to determine the instruments of approaching it. And I was thinking of the legal system and how this is a sociological question, and we can't ignore the legal system that's in place for any particular case of radicalization. And I could go into, it would be nice for me just to mention, because I haven't said much today. I was considering a film that was American-made about an Arab village in the Middle East where the village, the society still had the practice of stoning women who commit infidelity. And the story is about how a woman is falsely accused, and the husband is trying to protect himself from his own infidelities. And so ultimately he becomes conspiratorial and spreads this accusation through the village, and ultimately the woman is stoned to death. And the camera, instead of taking a realist position and showing this from the distance of, say, the people that are throwing the stones or observing this event, the camera is placed right in front of her face, maybe 3 inches or a few inches from her skull, and you're watching the stone strike her skull and the blood squirting out. So this kind of hyper-realism, it's interesting to me how, is this a film about radicalization because the village is being called into action as common citizens, or is the film also trying to radicalize by using this, what I see as an exploitative approach? But by my calling it exploitative, I'm getting into a gray area. And so I do think it's a good question. I do think we would have to sit back and explore. And maybe we could come up with various forms of various categories of instruments. So I'll stop there.
Okay, Machiel.
Right, thanks for an interesting conversation and also an interesting list of topics. I have a comment which is partly kind of an encouragement, but also maybe a question. So if I would work with you as a group for the next few months or so, I think I would press you to further constrain the topic and bootstrap it from in various directions. So also harking back to some of what Sarah said in her comments before, taking into account your methodological or experimental capabilities and also the kind of the theories that you might cover. I would still urge you to further zoom in on a much more specific element of this whole radicalization process. And so hearing your conversation so far, I don't know who, but someone said at some point, mentioned the phenomenon of belonging. And I think this phenomenon of belonging could be really key to your approaches, because it can straddle both the personal, let's say the micro level, and the macro level, so state interventions or higher education contents and environments that create new belongings and maybe exclude others. So then I would still urge you, okay, let's focus on belonging. Where do we want, what population would we like to investigate? And then taking into account your practical limitations or your basis, urge you to find a particular, maybe even a particular school in a particular state, and then see what interventions might create different senses of belongings and exclude people. So I agree that this is far more modest, much more limiting and constrained than what you had on the slide. But would you feel comfortable in going that way? Just curious. I think I would ask you to, but would you be comfortable?
I'm going to say quickly and pass it on. As long as you don't try to talk us out of the polarity of radicalization, because I think that's really important to what we're doing, in the sense that you can see it. It's a very complex question, and it should be addressed as complex,
right,
rather than be trying to say, well, we're only going to look at violence. But I want to pass that question on to you guys.
Yeah, actually, this gives me the ground to join to the group, because these individual variances, what is the biological background, whether there is inherited, not, how it is evolved. It was a very interesting thing which came out from all these discussions, that biology assumes a lot how, for instance, cooperative behavior and in this way group forming is evolved, but I haven't seen empirical studies which, for instance, in those investigations, either in the literature or on the field, would show that what are those individual traits, behaviors, what the individuals refer to when they identify with a group or make differences between groups, and whether these has anything to do with those traits which we think to be important in evolutionary biology, and then it can be a result in evolutionary biology itself. So all of a sudden something pop up from these discussions, which is interesting, disciplinary as well.
Right, I think you might find interesting findings. I've written a text on neuropolitics, where empathy networks respond to, for instance, skin color, just in a context where skin color is made significant for group formation, and then sense of belonging is really interesting.
Can you send us this paper, please?
I will.
I just wanted to say is that determining case studies is one of the most important things. Limiting ourselves to only one would need to be discussed, as there is a big value and thing in comparison. So if it's one case study, maybe there are sub-case studies that can be compared. And of course, we would need to discuss that and decide which case studies are the most productive. I don't know how radical students in Tyumen are. Maybe we should study them, or maybe you already are studying.
Siavash, you want to add something or not? You don't have to.
About belonging? Not at this moment.
Question, because Sarah also would like to say something.
I want to address 2 points here. The concept of belonging. I think that's a very interesting, important lens to look at the radicalization issue. So there is a lot of work done in the area of belonging, especially in higher education literature, because it's very fundamental theory that student success depends on sense of belonging. So if you don't provide them the sense of belonging, and there is very detailed work already done, what makes students feel to have that sense of belonging in certain institutions of higher education, and that really impacts directly their retention and their success in the institutions of higher education. So that's definitely, we can borrow from the higher education literature and look into it, like how it's impacting the concept of radicalization. But second, I am very skeptic of comparative studies, So you can see comparison is very difficult of especially human phenomena, because contextually the difference are like it's like, are you comparing oranges to apples? Like it's really, really hard. So if I recently reviewed a paper which studied the reaction of faculty after post-conflict societies. So they took the example of Iraq. So the data was from Iraq. I think one of the Soviet states, former Soviet states, which were like now Uzbekistan or Tajikistan. And the third country was, I think, in Syria. So these, when they compared, it was a mess. Like I was really terrified with the quality of the work, because you cannot, it's hard. So I think within that concept, instead of developing comparative work, we should do our own, like focused, maybe one study, very clear on its own, and then you do another one, and then you do another one. Like there is in this project, you can work so much. Like this is the lifetime project, basically. This can be agenda for lifetime. It's such a big and dense topic. So I think limiting it to or thinking from comparative sense, it's again a methodological choices. So we have to come back together and talk about that.
Okay, Andre.
I just want to follow up to what Liz was saying, or mentioning rather. Do you think you can approach radicalization from the standpoint of evolutionary biology? And if you can, do you think it's compatible with dialectical materialism? Because, I mean, anyway, the way what Stravish is suggesting, which I think is dialectical materialism, right?
I didn't think about it, so this is. I just give an idea what came to me when Sia explained that when we have a so-called threshold phenomena, then like diabetes is, then we have we may have a continuous variable behind this threshold phenomena, like the level of glucose in the blood. So this dichotomous, you have something, you don't have something, so this binary variable is just produced by a continuous change in something. I don't know whether this highly relevant here or not, but we can discuss it. Yes, evolutionary biology has to can be informed from this from such type of studies.
No, I'm asking about. I mean, you see, we have the one of the preferred research directions formulated by our board, right? That was in the call for applications. It said that we are interested, and we are, I think, interested in projects that explore the possibility of applying the logic of chance, right, and other features of evolutionary biology to social and cultural and other systems, not non-biological systems, not about how your biology influences your radicalism, but about the models that are formulated in evolutionary biology. Can they be, to what extent, if they can be, actually applied to societies? So do you think radicalization can be with this area where it can be explored?
Yeah. More ecology than perhaps than evolutionary biology. Of course, structures are coming from processes. So you always have to look at processes on various scales. But what I had in mind in this morning, if anybody would have changed the groups just to raise a new topic, it would have been that how diversity and robustness diversity and robustness, and I explain it how. Because in ecology we know that a certain type of diversity lead to robust animal and plant communities. Okay, a certain type of difference between the species. Robustness means that the coexistence is not just stable, but robust in face of environmental variations. And when we just came together here, it turned out that in computer science, it is a problem that if your system is very homogeneous, it can be attacked by viruses very easily, so they are sensitive and they are not robust. And then you can look at the social structures, and you can ask that what is the condition of the robustness of social and political structures. So I would have invited those colleagues who are interested in these things, that what they think about it. Okay, so that's here I see a direct link to my thinking, to my work, and this is all related to dynamical systems, what Igor is an expert in. So this is. What about chance and necessity? That I already criticized the book, which in my when I wrote my application here, because I am very dissatisfied of the rather reductionist view of the microbiome, those who work with molecular biology, and they are very interested in uniform patterns and not in variations. So an ecological approach is always interested in that what maintains variations in nature. And
couldn't you then include radicalization in a sense of nearing a situation of criticality, of maybe the flipping of the state to another stable formation? So you just told what you would rather have done. But I see
on a metaphoric level, of course, yes. Yeah. But the question is whether beyond metaphor, what we can tell about it. Sometimes metaphor is very misleading. So. Okay, so one should think about it and develop, yeah.
I have seen many other questions. Who wants to? Maxim, Krishna, and Zach.
Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. That's a kind of a continuation of the previous question. I understand that's probably too early to ask because you probably didn't have much time to look into these issues. But when I hear radicalization, the first 4 or 5 things which come to my mind, one is the studies of radicalization, how people protest, right? So radicalization, political violence and terrorism in sociology, and specifically in social movement studies, right? So, and you specifically focus on students and protests. And then we've got social and cognitive psychologists, so people study bias, prejudice, stereotypes, this kind of things, right? So, and then you've got neuroscience, cognitive neuroscience, and specifically the studies of kind of neural underpinnings of bias and prejudice. And the fourth one is, you mentioned media, right? So political polarization in media, right? So how media polarize attitudes. So these are kind of 4 mainstream established approaches to polarization and radicalization. I understand that you want to offer some alternative lenses to analyze radicalization, but still you cannot, just start from scratch, right? So there should be some kind of relationship between the previous established approaches. So could you try to locate your view of radicalization within this existing established approaches to radicalization? Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry, have you been here yesterday? Have you listened to our presentation yesterday?
No, I visited only the second session. You probably presented during the first one.
So we do have an operational definition, and of course we need to do proper literature review, but yes, we are working with some very limited literature review, and we see certain possibilities of I'm not sure to what extent should I be explaining that again.
Not to a big one, but
yes.
If you...
So your question is, how are we going to contribute something beyond those few fields you mentioned?
Yeah, I mean, what is the relationship between your approach to radicalization and these 4 or 5 existing approaches? Just briefly, sorry for missing the previous
I would really need to talk to you longer to understand what the 5 fields, what do you mean by them? We identified certain gaps in study of radicalization and in its political form, as it's often limited to well, you mentioned more, but limited to a few disciplines and subject bubbles that don't always speak to each other. So you're questioning the assumption of radicalization as only extremism, and we are trying to produce some sort of unified, although incommensurable framework. But I'm not sure I entirely understand your question. I would need to talk to you longer.
Okay. Krishna.
So there was a one of the first slides. It was showing that this group is closed for new applicants. Is it only for today, keeping someone in mind, or in future also you guys will not take anyone into this pool? Because it's a continuation with Mac's thing, because it's giving an amazing fertile ground for a brain scientist to work in this project. So that is one question. And second, I want to congratulate the biologist for holding her ground on this brutal assault for the last 2-3 days. And particularly, I think my suggestion would be like, maybe you have to come out of that gene thing and go and pay more attention to the behavior. As Michael said, there are a lot of political neuroscience papers, particularly from the New York group, on activism and stuff, so that this would be very close to that. And and while conceptually categorizing, maybe I don't know if I am mistaken, categorizing the activism, no, the radicalization, right-wing radicalization. Jonathan was saying that most of the identity politics are right-wing, but if you see the Kurdish national movement or Tamil Tigers and also the ETA and Irish groups, these groups are all left-wing groups. Even the communist godfathers, like Stalin said, the ethnic struggle is a left-wing movement, a socialist movement. So I don't know if this categorization would be perfect. Congrats, guys. Good luck.
Well, I'll pass that last part back to Jonathan, but I want to answer your first question. Why did we close our group? And I think that has more to do with the phenomenon of the PDS, and it might make a wonderful interdisciplinary research project unto itself, the nature of the PDS and the nature of the formation of interdisciplinary research groups, especially under pressure. But the idea was that, in seeing this process, when a lot of people join a group, in this case it's a limit to 7, my impression at least is that it feels very convoluted, and that there is a certain ephemerality that develops out of too many people, too many cooks in the kitchen, if you will, trying to find focus on a project in a short amount of time. And I didn't want to see that happen, and I felt that we had a pretty good spread of disciplines here, quite diverse, but that we all really agreed that this has a lot of opportunity for other disciplines to join into this discussion. And it wasn't that we're just trying to argue for, well, these are the exact 5 disciplines that ought to cover this topic and no more. It has nothing to do with that really at all. It's just that in this context, bringing in other contributors from other disciplines would make us vulnerable to that ephemerality that I saw happening in other groups that I was hoping to avoid. I hope that's a little bit better of an answer to your question than the presenter gave you. Thank you.
Just a very short comment that of course genetic itself doesn't matter, but what kind of traits you have to, human traits you have to look at, let's say what kind of behavioral components or cognitive traits and so on. This is what matters, but behind that there is a genetic variation.
Yes, we talked yesterday over coffee, and you were telling me how certain neuronal responses occur when you are in agreement with people in a group, which release dopamine and so on. So you know, yes, join us. And the other thing you said, sorry if I didn't make myself clear. No, I do think of course both left and right often uses identity as essence. I was making a distinction between identity as essence and recognizing certain condition. So maybe identity as a condition. One example that comes to my mind: some scholars want to use class as an identity, whereas I'm not sure in which uses Marx used class as a condition rather than identity. So that's one of the ways in which class can be used on both sides. I'm not sure if that's clear. I can expand it in more detail if it's necessary.
No, Zach and Andre.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. So, yeah, this is sort of a follow-up question from the gentleman in the front who's not there anymore, but about the originality of a project that seeks to conceptualize radicalization, and what you seek to do with this. Because, so here, listen to me for just 1 second. This is going to seem off-base illustration. But recently, in intel made public by the American Intelligence Agency, Russia has been trying to promote both Sanders and Trump. Election campaign. This sounds paradoxical until we adopt your idea, until we adopt this idea about a concept of radicalization that now the Russian government is actually much smarter than you guys, has actually already adopted and is employing right now. So my question, do you fear doing this project in Russia? And two, might your problem be that you're theoretically blinded by your Hegelianism? So the Russian government is much smarter here. They've realized that we are well beyond a Hegelian theory of the state, and they're now incorporating non-state actors in order to sway different elections. We've talked, okay, I also was not here yesterday, so maybe that is just a follow-up question.
Do you want to talk more about this? No. Okay, Andre.
Yeah, but I have the same question, right, in a sense, that I still want Siavash to comment, because you realize that when somebody with strong views about with certain type of philosophical approach to society and history appears in a multidisciplinary team with other people who might not even a biologist. So I'm curious to what extent you can incorporate, it can actually work productively with somebody who says, like just was discussed between Krishna and Liz, that, well, it's actually a hormone, so you're feeling of pleasure in a particular group. How can this be reconciled with your theoretical framework?
Well, can I? May I? Well, I have a lot to learn. I'm open to that, first of all, I tell you. So it would be a challenge for sure. I mean, and it's good, that's the only way I can learn. There's a lot I don't know, because I'm a limited human being. I think, but I think that, in particular with this project, we have a lot to give each other, to learn and to unlearn, to tell the truth. I don't have a deterministic understanding of history right away. I mean, I put agency, as a matter of fact, at the center. That's why, for instance, a figure like Vygotsky or Ilyankov is important to me, because of the emphasis they put on, on human agent. Now, no matter where they are, who they are, so on and so forth. Definitely, they are historical beings in the sense that they are, like a product of a very long process, and so on and so forth. So, but this very, but they have agency in the sense that, they can some sort act back, not only react, but act upon, on this historically formed reality, so to say. So given that, I would like to, for instance, know, I noticed certain things, that, for instance, one of the questions, that do we have, for instance, radicalism or radicalization of, radicalization in previous, I mean, former and pre-modern, for instance, history? And if not, why not? I mean, that's why, for instance, I think I can work with an anthropologist, for instance, in the sense that, like doing some sort of comparative study, anthropological comparative study with history. So if, for instance, we find, or there is, like societies or, communities that do not have any radical tendencies in them, they're peaceful, whatever, like, then, it would be interesting to me, maybe it would, in a sense, strengthen my view about history, or maybe it challenges it or undermine it. So is with biology, if somehow somebody, a biologist, my colleague, can convince me, can teach me that, hey, there is this, tendency, as a matter of fact, in human beings. We found whatever, I don't know, I don't want to misuse the words, but we found this particle or this gene or this hormone that is, responsible for becoming a radical. Well, that would be a great challenge to me, I learn a lot. Or I can challenge that view, so on and so forth. So this is, I think, how I put myself within this group.
At least I was trained in philosophy many, many years ago, and at that time I had to learn dialectics, and even I had to learn Hegel, and therefore at least I understand what Suresh is talking about, or he can explain me what he is talking about. Okay.
Okay, one last question, Krishna.
This is in line with Andres' previous question. I think maybe the biologist mistook that question. He was asking if this can be compared to the dialectical materialism. Maybe the biologist mistook as diabetes, because, yeah, we cannot complain because the stream is like that. When the sociologists say dia, then we would immediately think it's diabetes mellitus. So, so would you, it doesn't need to be the biologist, anyone, would you compare the situation, would you correlate this, the conflicts or contradictions in the society, like radicalization or activism, as this is making the society better? I mean, this is necessary for the society, this type of contradictions make the society better. It can be equated with evolutionary biology, or maybe at the same time it should not be misinterpreted as social Darwinism, because I think they talk the same thing. I think just 60, 70 years ago, Russians proudly buried that topic in the Second World War. I think they would not fund again. So yeah, any philosophical explanation for the contradictions in the society, which is equal to the radicalization, which is necessary for the society to make the society better for future. Am I right? I mean, you understand my question?
Yeah, and
it doesn't need to be biology. I mean, the philosopher
I
also.
understand. I understand the question, but to me the questions are at a different level. You can ask whether a certain trait is beneficial in a certain ecological population under very specific conditions, okay? A human trait. You ask whether if we find a trait which is related to radicalization, I don't know whether it is possible or not, then we can ask whether, under what conditions could have it evolved, okay? But this is very highly theoretical, and lots of data should be needed.
I really have difficulty answering this question because I'm not a dialectical materialist, I mean. Dialectical materialism is schism, I mean. It is not I would say, critical analysis of anything. So I don't work in that framework. So really, I don't get your question because of that. I'm not joking, and I'm not underplaying your question. But this doesn't, come here. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Right, but Sarah would like to answer. So let's hear Sarah.
I just want to comment on this small piece of the question, which asked, do you think contradiction for the betterment of the society? So I think this is asking a hypothesis, or it's already asking for kind of a predetermined results, like are you arguing for this? But as we already discussed in our discussion, that we are entering in this project as an exploratory studies. It's not predetermined, or we are not implying even before the study that it is for the betterment or for the worse of the society. So I think as a researcher, you should keep an open mind.
Right. And now let's hear from Amit and Makhil.
Okay. Liz, I want to ask you about that. Does group selection lead to group adaptation in animals?
There is a long discussion in evolutionary biology, the role of group selection, and there are, and it is
multi-level selection. Or group selection.
Okay, so there are very restricted conditions when group selection may happen, and then it is a theoretical question whether over human evolution these conditions have ever existed or not. Okay, so I don't think that it can be replied. In principle, group selection may exist, but under very specific conditions, and sometimes in animals you can have the tools to test whether this is the case or not. But if you go back to evolutionary history, at the very moment we cannot answer this question, okay? But we can answer that there are not non-group selection mechanisms which produce cooperation, which produce a coherence within a group. So we can explain a lot of phenomena which is related to group forming and maintenance of groups by simply natural selection.
Right. Now we are almost out of time, so last question from Makhil and last reply from the group, and then we can go for a coffee break.
Well, just returning to the previous questions that related directly or indirectly to Hegel, I think we shouldn't really interpret Hegel as describing a kind of a teleology where any contradictions in a society are for the better, the improvement of the society. I think Hegel very clearly points out that there's a kind of a coincidental nature here going on. And that brings me maybe to the question that is relating to the biological process. Could it be maybe that radicalization is in a way a typical human exponence of what in biology is quite common, the phenomenon of radiation, so that a certain species occupies different niches in a particular environment, but that what humans do is actually these very tiny traits, think of the Darwin finches in the Galapagos, that they then identify with a particular, so humans identify with this very small radiation of particular properties and start to identify with that, create a political or cultural tensions between it. That then leads to radicalization. So would that be a kind of a connection between the biological and the sociological here, perhaps?
Actually, it was Vincenzo who raised my opinion to this topic, and I don't know whether he would like to talk about it, because then I won't. Vincenzo, shall I? Because there are interrelations between the groups, so trust is and he is going to talk about trust.
If I can join quickly, we found that the intergroup, interdisciplinary possible connection, and we've been talking to one another. We found many reasons, many things which gave us thought, because in a sense talking about trust is opposite and complementary to talking about radicalization, which is often based on distrust. And we could see how these two things co-evolved in a sense.
And then similar morphological similarities between people matter, whether you trust or not, and so within that way. But there was something other I wanted, but now I forgot it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the team. And we are going for a coffee break now, and we will return at 5:30 local Tyumen time. So in half an hour.
So I'm from the United Kingdom. I grew up in London. I knew from a very young age that history was what I wanted to do with my life. I think at the age of 9, I had this profound experience where I realized that like 4 hours had gone by and I'd been reading this book on the history of the kings and queens of England and like, where did the time go? I thought, oh my God, I'm obsessed. So it's really been my whole life. I remember my mother taking me to the National Portrait Gallery in London, and just because I really, really, really wanted to see the portrait of King Richard III, and then I couldn't believe it was the real portrait, and I was standing in front of it, and that was the age of 9. And then I realised that there was something wrong with me, and that I was going to be a historian. So I was in Britain. I did my undergraduate degree in Bristol, which was fantastic because my father owned a bookshop in Bristol, so I got to spend a lot of time with him. In my final year, when I was doing my master's degree, I lived in the bookshop. I lived in the basement, which was not right, I think, legally. I had no hot water. I had no kitchen. I had customers used to open the door by mistake, looking for Irish fiction, and they found me in bed. This wasn't great. It was a difficult year. I ate nothing but toast from the toaster, and I did a master's degree in medieval theology, more or less. But then I moved to America. I moved to New York when I was 22, and this was the start of my PhD. I met some wonderful people. I met Anne Mulhall, who is my partner, and she taught me all the important things I had to know about how to do studies and all sorts of things. And I met several other important people, Todd Foley, who's a professor at New York University. And I found a really great intellectual community. And what went from being like my personal study of the Middle Ages went to being something that I thought might actually be a career. I moved from New York. I graduated the PhD in 2014. I moved to Toronto. I was a postdoctoral fellow in the Jackman Humanities Institute for 2 years. Under the directorship of Bob Gibbs and Kim Yates. This was just a wonderful place. It was like intellectual paradise. You know, they gave me this lovely office looking at the CN Tower, and they gave me 1 class per semester and 2 years. You know, there was a coffee machine, there was a free lunch every Thursday. We got to talk about our research all the time with other humour scholars, actually. So this was like amazing. It was very cold. And I thought, I'm never going to return to a cold place after this, because this was just awful. And then we moved to Providence, Rhode Island, in the USA, where my partner Anne had a postdoctoral fellowship at Brown, at the Pembroke Center, for studies and research on women. This was wonderful for me. I got to start my work on the Roman Revolution, start a new project. I got to sort of keep work up on my book manuscripts on laughter. I got to meet some wonderful people. We had a baby, that was amazing. Obviously, she's a little roadie. She's a little American. We then moved immediately almost to Siberia, to Tyumen, where we are now. And of course, the cold world that I tried to escape, you know, is now upon us again. And so this is the next adventure. The reason we came here really is it's a really unique opportunity to be somewhere that's doing something interesting with research, like collaborative work. The challenge of doing collaborative research was the real draw. The idea that we'd be in a research team, be working with people, we're not going to be lonely, you know. Often, like for me as a medievalist, I'm talking to no one. I'm just reading 12th century monks, you know, and it's, you know, and that's it. And I go home and, you know, I talk to myself because there's no one else who wants to talk about John of Salisbury or Peter Abelard or, you know. But then you know, being in a research team is great because I can bore them with that, and I can try to convince them that they need to know about John of Salisbury to understand climate change or whatever. But that's not quite true. And then the other reason we came as well, I suppose, is we wanted to be professors, I suppose, in a different context, and to, I think it's boring when you're, again, as a medievalist, it can be boring just teaching medieval history to people who have this certain preconception about what the Middle Ages is all the time. It's fantastic to teach students from a totally different context who have a totally different sense of the value and meaning of the Middle Ages, and it's a different kind of learning. So for me, teaching Russian students has been an enormous challenge. It's been enormously rewarding, and it was definitely worth the the thousands of miles and the thousands of degrees centigrade difference between our old life and this. The way I've been operating group work at SAS is based on a model invented, I think, by Anne Mulhall, Professor in Cultural Studies. And the idea really is to, on the one hand, to make group work a kind of culmination of what you've learned that week. It's kind of logical, but making those group work sessions ways for students to practically think through the things that they've learned and work with in the previous sessions of the week. The idea is to keep things fresh, to keep students working with different people, so they don't get stuck in patterns and roles. The idea is also to give them, to sharpen their research skills. So, for example, I was doing a class, The Essentials of Global History. One week we were looking at colonialism in the continent of Africa, British colonialism, and we had a lecture that talked very broadly about, how did colonization work? We talked about the slave trade, we talked about the scramble for Africa, we talked about the different wars that took place, the war in the Sahara with the French, we talked about, the Germans on the East Coast. So it was really big, broad brushstroke approach. In the seminar, we looked at how different historians have approached this, and we got much more focused. We focused on Ghana specifically, and we looked at the historiography, one view and another. And then for group work, it was well, let's dig even deeper into Ghana, but you do the work yourselves and collaborate. So the students I encouraged them, one group had to do pre-colonial Ghana, one group did the colonial period, and one group did sort of the decolonization process. And we had two groups doing different sides of the colonial experience. And the idea there was that they had to read primary sources, they had to go out and find the evidence for themselves. So they've had the big picture, they've had the sort of the debates that historians are having. Now they need to become the historians themselves, do the research for themselves, collaborate, and come up with a presentation that makes a strong argument, that inserts itself into these other debates that we talked about. The idea, I suppose, ultimately is that group work is a culmination of things that they've learned. Group work is a chance to really be independent from me doing their own research, but collaborative, that they have to make agreements. What material should we focus on? What should our argument be? But I think that a lot of people are practicing this style at SAS. And as I say, it's all Anne Mulhall's invention. I think obviously I'm going to say that I'm horrified that history seems to be becoming less popular, and I think let's hope this is a temporary thing. I think it's explainable by the fact that a lot of people are going into college now thinking about, in utilitarian terms, like what will my job be afterwards? What are the practical skills, competencies that I need? Now, I think that often the front door of history can look quite useless. It could be like, oh well, I'm studying the past, but I want to be, I want to work for Google, Yandex. I'm future oriented. Why should I look at the past? And I think that there are two things here. On the one hand, I would love for students to go into university and accept that that what they study is not just to help them get jobs, it's to help them become the kind of person who's going to get a job, and that education is really about building your depth and of character and intellect, which is, and for which history is surely unparalleled, right? But on the other hand, I want to make that argument. On the other hand, I want to make the argument that history, of course, can give you all the skills and competencies you're going to need to work in Google or Yandex, which I don't want all of my students to do that. I want history to be something that lives and breathes in their lives forever. I think it's a way of thinking about the world and the human, which, is just fantastically robust, fantastically mind-expanding, and just makes for a better life in every single dimension, right? Of course, I believe that. And yet, I also want to make the argument to students who really do worry about jobs. And why shouldn't they worry about jobs? Of course. We live in a world where, competition for the labour market and all that. But you can do good work for Google and Yandex with historical skills. Why? Because history teaches you to think through vast amounts of complex material and process it and come up with unique ways of reading it. History forces you to think in terms of boiling down to essentials, boiling down to key points that are going to make your argument. History teaches you to to sit back, reflect, and meditate on what was important in this text. What did it mean, after all, that the Roman Empire fell in the year 410? You know, how did this enormously complex thing happen? You, as a historian, we train you to take like thousands of different documents, hundreds of different ways of thinking, and to sit and think and think and think and come up with an answer to this eternal question: why did something happen? And you know, this is something which is so transferable to all your walks of life. You know, yes, I do think that things can be new. I think that what history teaches us is the enormous complexity and contingencies of human development and the development of civilizations and cultures, right? It's, you know, history makes us respect just how complex these things are, that there are no patterns or laws that govern human affairs, not simple ones anyway. So yeah, and of course, you know, I want to live in the present. I want to imagine that there's something that will surprise and shock me about the future. And yet, there are certain things that you know, can reassure you by reading history. You can be reassured that when you see a great scandal or when you see a great crisis, that humanity has gone through these things before, or similar things at least. I suppose the short answer is that, unfortunately, there are certain problems that will never go away, and there are certain, you know, issues in human politics or whatever that are kind of eternal, but the circumstances are always extremely fresh, and history shows us to pay attention to those complexities and specificities. And there's a podcast I really like. There's a podcast called Slow Burn, and I think this is a really impressive piece of history, actually. It's a podcast about the impeachment controversy or the impeachment process, rather, of Richard Nixon, and then the impeachment process of Bill Clinton. And there's another series which is about Tupac and Biggie, right? So it's quite a departure. What's interesting is that they announce this podcast as, the question is, what did it feel like to live through this historical event in real time? What did it feel like to be living on the verge of something that you knew was significant, but you didn't know how it would play out? What was it like to wake up every morning and wonder, will Richard Nixon be impeached? Will he resign? What will happen to the presidency? Like, in other words, this is a work of history, I think, which is really interesting, because that wants to emphasize the contingency, the fact that it could have been another way, and that this concatenation of things came together to make this historical moment, and that emphasizes that people experience this in really different ways. I'm trying to think about a TV series or a film. This is very difficult. I mean, I can think of more examples of films that I don't like because I don't like their history, but not the content of their history, more that I feel that they make history something dead. That, for me, what matters is that not that we represent in TV or film like what it looked like, or what would have been a realistic speech that someone made. Oh, they would never have mentioned this sort of thing, or that they would never have used a sword like that. Obviously that stuff, I'm sure that is important, but really what I think matters is that we represent what it might have felt like, and just how important these ideas and things were. For example, when we see a speech represented and there's lots of formal language, or like it's, oh mine God, thy art so great, or thou art so great, or something like that, it has this fossilized quality, like it's dead, like it belongs to some way of thinking that is just dead, and we can't empathize with it. Whereas I'd rather see it like him speaking directly, my God, for God's sake, why? Why do you make me feel so terrible? Put it in colloquial language, give it to us the way it felt. Give it to us the way what it meant and how it felt, rather than what it looks like to us now. In other words, see it as it looked like then, rather than what it looks like from this kind of museum perspective of putting something in a cabinet and giving it a label. Well, I think my students always say they love Game of Thrones, or a lot of them do. There are other shows like this. So, I haven't watched it, sadly, so I can't pass judgment. I think that has at least stoked some interest in the Middle Ages, which I'm delighted with. And if it brings it to life, then it's done its job, at some level.
So we are just waiting for Ayla. Okay. So we have Alexander and Vincenzo. Martin is online. Mirko cannot join us for this particular presentation. And Ayla will be back, I hope, any minute now. Who is the main presenter?
The main presenter is Ayla, and they were supposed to be two presenters today, Ayla and Mirko. Mirko cannot be here, but we would like to dedicate this presentation to Mirko and to all the great job that he did for this group.
Yes, Mirko is probably watching us on YouTube. Right. Okay, Ayla, so we are ready. So the group in AI We Trust, please go ahead.
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon. So this presentation is going to be based on the previous presentation, which received some feedbacks, and based on these feedbacks, we wanted to answer your questions. So let's continue to remember. So our research question is, what factors contribute to humans' perception of AI's trustworthiness? Within this central question, we would like to take into consideration the following parameters. Especially what was missing from yesterday was, I'm sorry. How can I go to back? It doesn't work. I thought. Okay, what was missing from yesterday, and Alexei, please correct me if I'm wrong, the neurobiological components that we discussed today. And I think also regarding some other parameters of the research questions, which I will explain in the upcoming slides. So, but what is known so far? Of course, this is a very short literature review that we have performed. But for a grasp that we know that trust is necessary for collaboration, and there is a certain neurobiological background of trust that we have found in the literature. And when we review these studies, we have found that most of these studies focus on human-to-human trust. But also there are a few studies which focus on human-to-human-like machine trust. And some of these studies assess the effect of neurobiological measures on these paradigms as well. So there is some research going on in this field, but not very established and new area, actually, in terms of the field that I would like to focus, which I would like to mention now. So we want to do human to AI trust, the real challenge, but also an important contribution to the field of the study of the trust. So we have two parts. On one hand, we are actually working in the field of trust as a general question. The second one is actually in the field of AI trust. And what is very what is different? What we make something as a different contribution to the studies is the measuring changes in the degrees of trust. So this is a particularly important question because it will have an implication in the decision for the design of the AI agents. And so we will use some specific methodology. And I already said why we are doing this. And yeah, this is our basic experimental design in which we include, as an example here, 2-to-2 matrix that we will make. Okay, does it have pointer? Does this item have pointer? No, right? Oh, yes.
Yes, it does.
Because I want to point, and instead of that, I think, pushing the wrong button, and I just wanted to know that, but it's okay. So there are 2 dimensions here as an example, but those characteristics that we wanted to work, for example, characteristics such as explainability, characteristics such as feedback, characteristics such as collaboration. These are characteristics of the interaction that could arise from the interaction between AI and humans. And we want to put these characteristics into, here we show dimension 1, dimension 2, and we will have an experimental paradigm in which we are going to measure these characteristics. Here we show 2-to-2 matrix, but it can be adjusted based on the experimental conditions and our preliminary data as well. So this is just an example. I do not know if you want me to go through the details of experiments because I think you were asked us to explain. That's why we prepared with the help of our colleague. So this is a kind of experiments in which we have select a human subject group, and then we will ask them to do certain tasks, games. One of these games, like to choose an institution, A or B, and then to make a task done, and then work on a task which pays money for 5 minutes. And then what task? 5 types of real effort tasks are going to be tested. And then how do you get tasks? Depends on institution. Institution A, tasks are distributed by AI, for example, one condition. Institution B, task distribution is suggested by AI. So for example here, that is a measure of collaboration, that you actually, on one hand, you give the opportunity for the humans to decide whether the human subject is going to select to use AR or reject to use AI agent. On the other option, AI agent is supposed to order the task, for example. And we will measure the tests based on these kind of paradigms. For example, another involvement of AI in the experiment number 3, if it helps players while they work on tasks. That's another property that we can measure while the individuals are working on the task, and if they are interacting during this task, or if they are not interacting at all once they receive the input from the AI. And what is our measure of trust in AI as a quantitative measure? Institution choices, rate of AI suggestion, acceptance. So based on these parameters, we will assess the measure of the AI preference. And then we will try to understand which characteristics better contribute to trustworthiness of that AI most. And we will also do it in a range of actually quantitative measures. So, so for the methodology, we would like to just mention our characteristics that we would like to test. So there is, some neurobiological model of trust. And there certain brain structures such as limbic system, such as basal ganglia, some neurotransmitters are involved. We check in the literature that there are some studies that can be done on healthy subjects, human subjects, that we can also do here by applying those agents in the conditions of experiments before or during or after to assess the component of the neurobiological part. Also neurophenomenological methods, that is a field that one of our colleagues will work with Martin to qualitative and subjective and intersubjective data. And then, of course, all these data are supposed to be analyzed by different methodologies, for example, machine learning, we are planning to, or neural networks. And then, of course, all the same subjects can go through, it depends on the design of the experiments, but same subjects, if you do within subject design, you can check same subject for all conditions. But there are, of course, many experimental details that need to be discussed in detail later. Okay. Yes. In summary, our theory and hypothesis state that we would like to test to which extent which specific characteristics of an AI agent can contribute to the trustworthiness of an AI. And this we will done by the team in which we have Martin, Vincenzo, me, and Alexander, and Mirko. And our implications have a good potential to contribute to the design of the AI agents in the market. And apart from that, of course, it's a contribution for the fundamental research in terms of trust, in the field of trust. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to start? Alexei. Calling Martin.
Thank you. Thanks for being concrete and for developing things further. That's interesting. In your distinction, so that's a question for all of you, so you know, we'll see. Maybe I'll start with the game design. In the design of this game, the distinction between institution A and institution B is based on force distribution versus suggestion of certain decisions or whatever. One massive effect which exists wherever you employ AI agents to suggest solutions is called paternalism. Paternalism. That means that the person who's been using this for a while will tend to accept kind of blindly, not reflectively, the suggestions. I'm a bit surprised not to see the term on the list of your concepts. Well, definitely you will measure something by paternalism there. There will be a massive input from paternalism. And I'm afraid this particular game doesn't let you distinguish the paternalism effect from, you know, by the distinction between institution A and B. So it's not quite clear how you will separate that concept from other concepts. So, okay, I mean, this is an open question about paternalism. How are you going to deal with that?
So, as you mentioned, we are not focusing on paternalism in the sense that we're not analyzing this factor among others. We might, and the design may be kind of changed in order to analyze it because the design was built around those. So for us, paternalism is this kind of non-analyzed factors which are already there. So on this 2x2 design, paternalism will be everywhere, right? Because A, B institutions are everywhere. So the fact that it is everywhere doesn't change the fact that we can see the treatment differences. So what we care is about treatment differences.
But wait, if you impose, if an AI system distributes tasks,
yes,
imposes tasks, why do we even have to talk about paternalism? Because it's a mandatory attribution, right? The person doesn't have any choice. So paternalism will be in the just suggestion thing.
But after, that's the thing, that the suggestive, we will see that, because we have multiple games, we will see the evolution of whether or not people, more or less people, come to the institution where it's suggestive. Moreover, we will see whether or not they will accept what was suggested or not. And what is more important, we will see how these factors and combination of these factors affect the rate at which this, let's say, everyone converges to B and no one goes to A. Under some factors, when some factors will be present in this kind of stronger way, maybe this convergence will stop. Maybe it will converge to B. So that's the thing, that we are looking at differences in how factors and their combinations affect the dynamics.
Just a point of, you know, to understand what you were saying, will this not imperil your measure of trust between A and B? If everything, because of paternalism, converges to some nice B thing, will you still be able to measure trust the way your game was initially supposed to measure trust?
Just one thing. So we can talk more. Yeah, another thing that I want to say before kind of giving the microphone, that we also have another dimension of AI, and this trust can be seen there potentially as well. It's another AI, but still.
Okay.
Yeah. So as we said yesterday, we are trying to measure degrees of trust. And of course, there might be a process through which too much trust after a point becomes paternalism. So because these games are kind of reiterated, we need to see if, so people are asked, for instance, to play 15 rounds of the same game. The first time it can be trust. Then they choose the same institution. The second time is more trust. Then after a while, if you know there are some doubts or tendencies around the reiteration 4 and 5, we are still talking about degrees of trust. Then if after reiteration, if from reiteration 7 until 15, they consistently, automatically choosing a particular institution and following blindly a particular instruction, it means that the trust has become faith, which was what we were talking about yesterday in the slides, then we can move from distrust to trust, and then too much trust can become blind faith. So it's not even a collaboration because you are just blindly accepting what, not to follow a particular instruction. But as he said, then we can even complicate this game a little bit, because there was a suggestion of using, for instance, programs which use the past data to give you a better suggestion for the future, and other institutions which do not use the data from the past iterations. So in that sense, it would be interesting to see whether people in the institution B, which is not using the data from the previous iteration, still retain some sort of trust or not. So it's all about this spectrum and degrees.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You can also use this data from previous iterations to test how much faith they put in it, to see how much paternalism is there. So if you deviate further, will this faith hold or not, right? So you can definitely improve this game further with that kind of
Some can lose faith after a while.
Makiel and then Victor.
Well, thank you for further continuing this interesting topic. I have some hesitation about the method, since or the experimental design as it is now, because it's a low-stake experiment with no expertise involved, and I'm really concerned whether you are testing trust in AI in that sense. So, could you consider modifying the game in such a sense that it's much more high stake with a high level of expertise? So I'm thinking about making medical decisions or legal decisions, doing that with doctors, and then having an expert system suggesting in a particular case with a set of symptoms a range of diagnoses, and then under pressure, like increasing speed of decision making, increasing stake in the sense of reward, then testing to what extent, to what level doctors or legal professionals are willing to accept the solution that the expert system is doing. Because then I think you are really looking at trust in AI, whereas what it is now is, well, whether people feel, okay, let AI do the distribution of tasks.
Thank you for this invaluable feedback. If I understand you correctly, so we have now more basic paradigm, but you would like us to explore this experiment based on specific expertise and how AI assists these workflows, right? For example, of course, we have to do some research for that, but as you said, in a specific field of medicine, how then we have to maybe even change the parameters, right? Or the tasks when we give, task has to be adjusted based on the subject's speciality. That's your, did I understand
right,
correctly?
So
yes,
we want the AI to be present in the experiment. So in terms of an expert system, so making really complex decisions. So as we know, like a medical doctor is able,
yes,
in a quick sense, to maybe computate implicitly, taking like 5 symptoms into account, what set of diagnosis might relate it to it. But if we add other symptoms and still further, then he or she might really be outcomputed by an artificial system. And then it's really interesting to see when people are willing to go with the advice of an AI system.
Yes, yes. So then that means that we have to do also some additional survey, even the medical doctors, to select the best model to test in this paradigm. We take it.
Okay.
So there are kind of many dimensions of your question. So I'll just we can talk if we have time later. But the one that I want to address, the last one about the actual application. So I see it two ways. One is a kind of a field experiment, going to the settings where these recommender system exist. And the second way is actually developing and offering this our own recommender system to somewhere. Second is less likely because we don't have engineer and all these things. And the first one pretty much doesn't remove the relevance of the lab experiments, because the lab experiments allow us to do this kind of free choice between institutions. And as we discussed yesterday, the institutions that force you to do something are very rare in real world right now. And we're trying to analyze them for the future as a proactive research.
If I can add the last thing, so we take on board your question and your suggestion, because in that way, okay, we need to understand that different people can put a different trust in AI. So what you're suggesting, if it would be possible, it would be nice to check the difference in degrees of trust between deployers of AI and end users of AI. So even though medical doctors can actually put a lot of trust in the suggestion generated by the artificial intelligence, it is still a completely different matter to see whether the patient will have the same trust in an automatically generated or aided prognosis. So we take it because, so in our presentation yesterday we focused a lot on the human artificial intelligence machine, but actually relations of trust can actually be context dependent. There can be environmental factors which can aid or hamper the relation of trust. And one of these environmental factors is the degree of knowledge possessed by some people rather than others. So in a sense, even if we are not able to answer your question, even if you are not able to perform your specific experiment, we are taking into consideration difference in the environment and in the background knowledge of different kind of people.
Victor?
I just want to add one point, which is concerned with, what we had called justification yesterday, and in order to avoid a terminological, let's say, dispute, we have agreed to call explainable AI. So the acceptance of decisions, of course, also depends on how well these decisions are explained. And personally, I would not say that I have a very precise idea currently of how these explanations can be generated for complex, let's say, medical situations, for example, yes, and what these explanations might be like. But I think that this is certainly something to be explored in the experiments. So to which point does the quality of explanations influence the trust that a medical doctor puts into a decision that has been proposed by the system? Because it's not only the fact that the solution is proposed, but it's also the way the solution is justified or explained. So I think this is a really important point.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you very much for your presentation. It actually sounds really promising and encouraging. Every day it's going further and further. So my question actually goes back to the one Alexei asked, because it looks, the design of your research looks now really complex, because the task that you have, how to combine methods from totally different disciplinary fields, will end up with a variety of explanations. Because I have no doubt that you can catch in laboratory experiments some kind of experimental phenomena. For example, that you mentioned before, when trust becomes a faith. Okay, let's imagine this. But then you will have to provide explanation for this phenomena. And you have neurobiological explanation, you have psychological explanation, even though you don't call it psychological. You have sociological explanation that trust and AI has something to do with institutions and not with AI. And so forth. Will you be able to distinguish between potential explanations because you will use different methods to test them? Because if I may, I will just provide a very short example. For example, you probably know the paper by Don McKenzie, quite old paper, when he is explaining trust in technological systems using only one parameter, which is knowledge. People who deploy AI, people who know and have expertise in how actually it operates, they have no faith in AI. They're quite techno-skeptical. They have very moderate level of trust. People who read about AI every morning in their Facebook and who are really eager to know how AI will occupy our world, they have blind faith. Even the knowledge they have is much, much more moderate. And people who have no knowledge, they have neither belief nor faith. So it's interesting that moderate level of knowledge and expertise produce the most faithful fans of AI. So he used only one parameter to explain trust in AI. And you have like 32 possible explanations taken from different scientific fields. How will you transform them into competing hypotheses? Yes, and particularly a neurobiological explanation of trust would be especially interesting.
Okay, I give a methodological introduction and then she will fill in the more scientific aspect. Okay, this is the question about the relation between data and explanation or explanations. So we really want to stress the fact that our research is not born out of a vacuum. There is a field which is called the neurobiology of trust, and in this kind of fields, so to begin with, they treat the trust, they don't measure changes in the degrees of trust. They actually measure whether a person trusts someone else or not. And very often they use these brain measurements with all sorts of techniques, fMRI, electrodes while performing some tasks, and so on and so forth. Oftentimes, in this kind of studies, there is not the qualitative aspect of the experience of trust is not taken into consideration. So very often people who trust someone, they know that they trust someone, but they are not able to articulate why they do trust someone. And even in this study of the neurobiology of trust, oftentimes just these particular qualitative questions are actually completely missing. So the subjects of these experiments are not asked to explain why they trust someone more than someone else. Here, what we are doing is, okay, we got a plurality of evidence, but it is still evidence collected on the same subjects and from the same experiments. So the idea is that while the subjects are playing the game, we use the electrodes, and because there is a recursivity of tasks, it means that they're also spending time, so they can even have an impression of periodization in the experiment. So they have a feeling of what happens before and what happens after. So what we are trying to do is basically integrating what has not been done in the trust studies, and we will do, is integrating the neurobiological description with the subjective reports of the description of their changes in the degree of beliefs and trust and so on and so forth, and then trying to combine them. Then which kind of explanations can we give? But empirical data can be collected in various sizes and for different reasons. So you can collect data in order to establish or prove a hypothesis. So that's the deductive method. But we are not even starting from a very strong hypothesis to be confirmed or disconfirmed. So the data that we will be collecting are collected not for a deductive function, but for a heuristic function. So we want to collect this data not to prove or disprove hypotheses, but to generate new hypotheses.
Okay, thank you for your question. So first, when you said that neurobiological, psychological, social point of views, to me it is not different, but it is the same thing with different level of complexity. So it is not different from each other, but the same thing when you look with a microscope or when you look with a, so same thing, but with different levels of complexity. Of course, as the complexity increases, the contributors and parameters increases. Here, we are not actually really trying to understand neurobiology of trust. Our purpose is more applied. We want to help people who design AI agents in the most effective way, and we want to give what would be the which kind of properties, which kind of attributes are going to actually improve the product. But we are thinking maybe we can also get some insights from the different levels of complexity to further dig into our research. From that standpoint, also, maybe the neurobiological or more different levels of complexity research could also help get into the subject in terms of knowledge production, not only for applied research. So there are several advantages why we have this methodology, but they are not as in terms of the approach to the problem is not, they are different, but it is the same thing from different level of complexity.
Okay.
And just one kind of addition to what Vincenzo said, that essentially the pilot sessions as in economics will be incredibly important here, because we would need to check these different directions and see which are the most promising ones in terms of hypothesis, as well as Alexei mentioned, as well as the redundancy of data. If there is some dimension that just results everywhere are the same and nothing kind of is different, then probably it's not something to which we need to spend funds and run kind of multiple sessions.
Okay, Amit and then Andrei.
Thank you for your presentation. I want to ask you about, you mentioned about neuropeptides, yeah, in your modeling of tests.
Yes.
Okay, which kind? Are those hormones? If yes, which kinds of hormone? The role of this hormone? Please explain, just I'm curious about that. Please describe it little bit more.
Okay, it is actually very, very complex, more than, I mean, complex than we can imagine. But so it's not just one peptide, or for example, in the previous conversations also I realized, but I didn't want to interrupt as before, that with the radicalization group, for example, there is this kind of perception that if there is this hormone or gene that regulates something in the good or bad way, but it doesn't work that way in the brain, so linearly. Something that is supposed to be good, after a while it can also make a bad effect in terms of the perception of what we want something to be good or bad. So it is very complex, first of all. Can I show a slide?
Dmitry, is that possible? Okay.
Sorry? Yes.
Which one?
This one. Mm-hmm. So I just prepared this morning quickly. Actually, some of them are from my lectures. But if you would like to know how complex the neurobiology of trust itself, at the very top you have to think the genetic variation. So we are all humans, but we are all having a different repertoire of allele genes, and that is also in the brain as well. And that sculpts our brain differently. And that is interacting with an environment in a very specific way. And that makes us who we are now. And that is very dynamic, coming from our birth until now. And based on that, there are experiences in the short term, and all of them are involved in the very, very complex process of trust. And what are the brain regions that are involved in the trust? I'm not an expert in trust at all, but certain brain regions, such as limbic system, such as basal ganglia, And when you think of limbic system basal ganglia, you have to think of very specific neural circuits that are actually interacting with different neuropeptides. One of them, when you say that in the literature it appears it is oxytocin. Yeah. Everybody says oxytocin, oxytocin, but also now there is another recent research says something opposite regarding the trust and oxytocin in certain way. For example, oxytocin has been also found that although it is famous for making links and bonding, but also group conflicts. Also, oxytocin is involved in the maintenance of the group conflicts as well. For example, you see, like one single peptide in such a complex system, more complex than this, is involved in with dual characteristics that are opposite to each other. So, but okay, based on the current literature that we have, we will try to model our experiments in order to understand the individual differences. For example, that could be based on sex. For example, women users with AI and male users with AI may have different impacts. There must be also some individual differences, but I do not know for the moment to which extent we can incorporate this to our study in terms of contribution to the user-friendly AI agents, because that part would normally go a little more to the fundamental research as well. But if I answered your question, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Andrei. Krishna.
Ayla, I'm afraid my question is also to you. So can you explain what you're going to do in this project, right? So how this, yeah, I understand it's a very complex issue, and that's what you say, it's very complex, and then you have concrete experiments. So how you bridge the gap between certain vague understanding that certain zones of the brain are responsible for trust and doing something concretely that will contribute to the project?
Thank you. That's a very good question, actually, to make it clear. So we have experimental paradigms already. We will work it to make it until it has no faults. Then we will also consider, for example, effect of certain biochemical factors that are involved in the regulation of the trust, according to literature. One of them, of course, one problem is feasibility, if we can do it here. And that made me motivated when I did some research that, for example, oxytocin sprays, they work with the human subjects, healthy human subjects, and they apply oxytocin. And they use this in combination with the experimental tasks, and they evaluate oxytocin effect as well and integrate all of these with other data, whatever they would like to test. That is one option. The other is I suggested, for example, gender, as it is, I think, very important component. Also, genetic differences.
I'm sorry, I just no, I'm not understanding what your argument, so maybe it will help me, right? For example, oxytocin. Okay, imagine there is some kind of I don't know, solution with some. You can just give your subject I don't know, something, and that will change the level of trust. So you can measure that, how it affects this AI experiment. Yes. But why you should do it with AI trust experiment as opposed to any kind of other trust experiment? Well, what is the specificity of AI trust? Do you have a hypothesis that trust in AI has different neurobiological foundation than trust in, I don't know, in your car, for example?
No, we don't have this idea. We don't know whether trust in AI is actually encoded different or similar mechanisms to humans or other cars or whatever. We don't know. Actually, nothing is very well known. There is a scratch that I could say, and that is very...
But you plan to find out. So this is a possibility that... No.
Sorry, did you say, let me speak? Let me speak. Because he asked me, right? Okay. I think here are, not I think, but I think also it is more useful because I'm a fundamental researcher and I know how painful is it with little impact and a lot of work. Here, this is an applied research. In this research, our purpose is to help, ultimately, is to help user-friendly design of AI agents. And one factor is how can you optimize the trustworthiness. And we would like to work on these factors. And in this context, I think my biggest contribution, I would say, my analytical thinking as a scientist, and I trust on that a lot. The second thing, of course, this has a neurobiological basis, but at the moment, I cannot really tell, oh, I will do this, I will do that directly with 1 hour work and come and present this. But I see that there is a serious neurobiological background like anything as well, like this process. And I know what kind of factors would be involved. I believe that because it requires deep thinking in front of data that you can make insights. So for the moment, really, it is hard to predict under these conditions. But I already suggested something to contribute from the neurobiological side, but very basic, that whether if we could check effect of oxytocin, which is found to be involved in the bonding between the humans. And what is the effect in terms of the machines? But that would be a very important feedback in terms of, I believe, fundamental research, because it will not help somebody to develop better AI agents or whether they will put some secret oxytocin hormones to people. But it is valuable in terms of basic research for sure. But I think to me also this applied part is very important, and we will go in parallel and try to see what more opportunities we can explore.
I think of course, we need to distinguish carefully words from concepts. So when you say that you trust your car, what you're saying is that you know that your car is reliable. And as we said yesterday, reliability is a different concept from trustworthiness. So in the previous and current studies of the neurobiology of trust, people looking at the neurobiological level, they are looking at relation of trust between a person with a brain and another person with a brain. And trust is important for collaboration. So you do not collaborate with your car, you use your car. People in our games, they collaborate with artificial intelligence-generated suggestions in order to accomplish a task. So trust is at the basis of collaboration, reliability is at the basis of you using stuff to do your own thing. So in the neurobiological studies of human-to-human trust, and trust is at the basis of collaboration, for instance, they found out that people with synchronized brain activity, they are better they reach more quickly, more effectively coordination. But of course, when you speak about the trust between a human person with a brain and a machine which does not have brain waves to coordinate with your own brain waves, you need to look at how coordination and collaboration is even possible. So that's why there is this sort of gap in the literature, and we want to see how coordination and collaboration is possible between humans and artificial intelligence, and we got covered the part of the brain of the human involved in this kind of relation. So we might find out that different areas of the brain can be involved or in different ways in this different kind of trust relation. That's why we need their work.
We will not find at this stage which brain-involved part is involved in the AI interaction. That requires fMRI system, for example. So whatever you want to work with the brain, you need a laboratory directly, and you need very expensive setups. But what we can do here is what is feasible most, and what is really also, sometimes you have to think from both sides. What is the impact of that research? What you will get, how much you invest, how much you get. So here is, of course, the final outcome, which took my attention and I liked, that it has a direct impact in the market, and we all want to actually do more applied research because it gets more funding from agencies, and that will help designing better AI, and that is maybe will not help us find out which brain regions are differentially regulated when a human is interacting with a human or with a machine. We will not answer that ambitious question, but I believe in terms of impact, we are in a very good, ambitious project.
Krishna?
So yeah, congratulations for pulling up your socks and coming with this group. What I understood is that you were saying that your attempt is not to understand how the neurobiology of trust is working, but rather give the framework or the backbone, the structure for these guys to work, right? Like how the mechanism works.
For me? You're asking for me?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I don't have expertise in trust. You know, that's a completely... My expertise is GABA receptors. Even I don't say that I know it 100%. You know, that is like... So I, of course, have a background in neurobiology. I have a look at it today in a very short time. I don't think that I am ready to, really, I want to be honest, ready to answer very deep discussions, but I am ready to answer when I spend time, and I will tell you honestly what I can do, what I cannot do. But for this, based on the current time I spent on this project, I can say what I can contribute, but maybe I can contribute much more. I always believe that that requires interaction, communication, and discussion, and reading.
I totally understand. I think it's,
yes.
I think it's just I want to tell them the limitations of neurobiology.
Okay, yes, we will not understand where the brain regions
So one
are
thing
involved.
is, you should also understand the pathway you showed. I think it's the similar pathway to the one from, I think, the basal ganglia. I don't know if you know, deep down, it's ventral tegmental area, dopamine to nucleus accumbens to prefrontal cortex. I think this is the same pathway Michelle must be knowing also, involved in reward. So it's oversimplified way of explaining a pathway for trust. This is the same pathway activated during mother-children bonding, and during love, during sex, and most importantly, this is the important pathway involved in addiction. So if you take this circuit or this as a model to frame your experiment, that will be misleading for sure. For example, I can say, if I might be knowing my girlfriend is going to dump me tomorrow, I would be clearly knowing it, so I don't have any trust on her, but still I am sexually aroused for her, so then I will have oxytocin and dopamine. So if you think this is trust, and it's not trust, so this is something
This
different.
is obsession.
Yeah, and so most of the time, it's going to mislead you.
If you think from the neurobiological, so you wanted to say how neurobiology is so complex and it is not so straightforward. You want to give an example?
Yes. This pathway is not
I think even somebody who is aware of this in the group has a very important contribution, not maybe directly to answer your question like I can do this. And I think in this kind of research, it is quite difficult to really immediately to analyze a direct, very precise measure.
I think I appreciate
we all understand each other. But of course, it would be the best. It would be the best. I mean, for example, somebody just found how memory is encoded genetically in the molecular level in the synapses, and he got the Nobel Prize. So this is very important, but it's very hard to find easily.
We will take into consideration the risks of the subject of the experiment of falling in love with the game that they're playing.
Alexander, you wanted to add something?
So I wanted to answer Andrei's question. So there are kind of two parts. First, that we do focus, not like we don't have an experiment without any dimension. So it's not just we interact human with AI and we try to analyze the trust. With all that kind of 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 design achieves is that we are able to see the causation and dynamics. So we're not that interested, or kind of we know that we cannot fully understand the underlying structure, but what we can understand is how these kind of potentially biological changes interact with other factors. And so these interactions, on one hand, they're important and non-obvious. Answering your question, is it different from human-human and trust and human AI trust? Yes, potentially it is different. It's first. And so that's important. And also for understanding and even creating conjectures why it is different, we need dialogue, essentially, because I cannot say anything about this kind of biological underlying structures. And so that's kind of the answer.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Victor?
Thank you. It's getting even more interesting now. So I'm looking forward to see a book called Obsession with AI, Love and Hate with AI, and probably even genetic underlying structure of technophobia and technopaternalism. That would be really breakthrough in his field especially. But actually, my short comment is to Vincenzo, to his previous statement, and the same that you were saying yesterday. There's a distinction between reliability and trustworthiness, between different levels and one that you don't interested in at all. The problem here is that reliability is something that we use to blame non-AI technologies just to get them out of the brackets, saying something like, we are not interested in reliability, we are interested in trust. But reliability is a form of trust, and that's a problem. And maybe it's not really good selectiveness, exclusiveness, when you say just AI is incredibly different from any other technology. You can rely on technology, but AI is something, another thing. So even now, you will find a lot of literature, for example, domestication theory, when people analyzing how we interact with the machine when we are crossing the crossroad are very similar how we interact with a dog that we don't know, somebody's. So some kind of dangerous dog, anonymous dog. And for example, a lot of communicative practices and those pragmatic habits we have interacting with our smartphones are the same with interacting with a very, very little child. So it's a lot of similarities here. So maybe genetic explanation is something that can generalize it a little bit beyond distinction between reliability and trustworthy, beyond distinction between AI-based technologies and technologies in general. Thank you.
Yes, I feel I already answered to this question actually yesterday. Reliability is necessary to trustworthiness, but cannot be completely reduced to it. So, of course, an artificial intelligent device has to be reliable in order to be trustworthy, but it's not only reliability that we are looking at. So, of course, we are not excluding reliability, we are building upon reliability.
Also brand, maybe. There are so many factors. We took very little number of factors, but I know even when the users, when people would like to buy a car, forget about the brand, but country of origin even makes choice and trust to the image, international image of that country. Oh, this is from that country, that must be a good, reliable car. I want to buy that car. You know what I mean? So this is like a very complex subject, but we are just trying to dig. And it sounds interesting to me.
Still a remark from the computer science perspective. So, so reliability is something that can be specified quite clearly and that can be made quite clear-cut. But I think in the area of AI, we're confronted with systems which are difficult to specify and where it is unclear how one would clearly say what is an expected behavior of a system. So one only has an imprecise notion of what such a system can do, and correspondingly, well, one has to build up another notion than just pure reliability in order to interact with the system. And there trust comes in. This is something more than something that you can just qualify technically as being conforming to specification.
So just one thing that you kind of, there might be a long philosophical discussion of what reliability is, but if we treat it as simply as if you rely on AI, how good will you do, Then for this, we do have this second dimension of AI in our experiment, that AI that assists you in work. And we do have one of the dimensions, which is to what extent it's helping you, kind of a lot or not a lot. And so, kind of not a lot, but is it precise or not? So if you rely on it, this different degree can be treated as different degrees of reliability in AI.
Okay, Alexei?
Yeah, just a very pragmatic question to highlight about your vision, of course, only vision because you didn't have time to elaborate, of project management. Imagine you are the leader of this work package on neuroeconomic, neurophysiological questions in this big project. As you said, as we know, there is no MRI lab here. What kind of collaboration will you need? A major collaboration with an MRI lab somewhere, I don't know, in Moscow, Yekaterinburg, somewhere else? Will you need people within your project stationed in that lab? Like, will be spending a big part of your time in that lab to make the work done? Or like, what's your vision of the resources that will need to be involved in that work package?
Okay, I am very open. As long as I see some light, I would like to go. But it all depends on the pilot study, I think. If with the pilot studies we try to conduct here, if there is a good potential, I can imagine I can go everywhere. Is that the answer? Or did I answer your question? Yes.
In a way, yes. Okay.
From the technological standpoint, for pilot studies, we might use not MRI, but something that can be easily transported and used, which has kind of different set of kind of what it can detect, but it can give us at least some information, at least for the sake of the pilot.
I mean, from the fundamental research point of view, I was speaking with our moderator, and he told me that there are many opportunities to elaborate. So what I say is, of course, there is always opportunity to study this in terms of genetic variation and behavioral response scanned by fMRI. And I published several papers in that field, although they are mostly opinion papers, because I couldn't get funding when I was in my home country. So maybe it will happen in Russia, I don't know.
Vincenzo?
Not just to say that we had this discussion already this morning, and together with the moderator who was in our room, that he actually has done some of this experiment in his laboratory in Moscow. He explained us that there are concrete possibilities for collaboration, or even to design some experiments. We design them here, and then they will be kind of performed there, and it will require little, so Ayla wouldn't need to be away for too long and too much. So this has been, it's a point that we've discussed.
Sure, well, that's
And
surprising. I'm surprised you've discussed it, and I'm hearing it from you, right? But
we had this conversation, she mentioned the conversation with
So I've tried to be modest in the first slide. That's why maybe I didn't mention. Yes, we discussed with our moderator.
So tell me more. Yeah, you need what? 2 PhDs?
What I need?
Because what was the discussion?
Well, actually, what I need is a big team. And actually, I had it before, and I had all these team done. I wrote a project. Everything was. I had a good hypothesis. I will be, I think, one of the first people doing that in my home country. That we would check genetic variation in combination with memory suppression together to understand how memory suppression is involved. Yes, this project. I know. Just I wanted to say that I could that normally we need one biomedical engineer, one neurologist. And me, and sometimes psychologist, but not necessary. That's it. Somebody, not necessarily to be PhD student, but somebody who is a neurologist, good neurologist can contribute, because we will also work with human subjects. So So a neurologist and a biomedical engineer who works with the brain imaging. Programmer, we have Martin. Maybe he would help us, our tasks to be adapted to fMRI system. So we have to work on it to make a new paradigm that is adjustable to the fMRI equipment. I think Martin can. Martin, do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I can work with Martin because I worked before with other people. So in that case, I can work with Martin to develop this kind of thing. So just that kind of people we need.
Okay. I think we don't have more time for more questions to this team. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we invite the last team for today, Small Scale AI for Democracy. This team has 2 online participants and 4 physical participants who are going to join us here, as I understand. So again, as before, you have 15 minutes to present.
Unfortunately, just shorter. 2 physical participants remain because Rita felt unwell and unfortunately she left for the hotel. So wish you well.
Yeah. Who will be presenting?
So first, Rita, Hedda, I would tell you about more technological aspects of our project. In addition to what she presented yesterday. And then I would focus more on democratic impact of the project.
Thank you, Dimitri. Yeah, there is the, thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to, we are trying to answer some of the questions of yesterday and spell things out a little bit more explicit and position ourselves. So I'm repeating this short introduction. So we distinguish 4 generations of AI. The logic-based AI or symbolic AI until around 2000. Then the machine learning, which is in the current products. The topic for research at the moment is explainable AI. And we see 2 variants because we are looking into the future. We want to anticipate what could be a good response to AI developments. So we see 2 variants, the large-scale AI, and a keyword there of the people working on it is artificial superintelligence. And this is based on data center infrastructure. And then the small-scale AI, which is local, personal, and grounded, so it is an integration, not just an explanation of what machine learning does, but an integration of bridging the gap between perception and learning, between machine learning and logic-based AI. So this is something different. So where are we? Oh, this is black and white here. Strange. So the first 2, we're not doing logic-based AI. We're not doing machine learning. That's the past. And then the third one should be yellow. So we are at the upper end of explainable AI. So we are touching on that, but it's not our focus. We see a great danger in the large-scale AI, especially because of the data center infrastructure that they need and the economic environment this requires. And we want to look, and that's our main technological focus, the small-scale AI, and this is an AI which is different in nature, so it's artificial general intelligence. So what's so bad about data centers? So I copied this from a Nature article on data centers and projected energy consumption. Data centers contribute 0.3% of global carbon emissions. The ICT ecosystem as a whole is at 2%. That's on par with the aviation industry. And the growth predictions that we see here, and they are quite frightening already, that's 2030 there, they do not include AI demands that we would have, for instance, if data centers would control autonomous cars like we are currently seeing with speech recognition technology, Siri, Alexa, and so on. So if autonomous cars are implemented in a similar way, this is not yet included there. And yeah, one of my goals with any position is always to bring in more funds than I consume. So some funding opportunities, and Dimitri will talk more about this. But we have different stakeholders who have stakes in and will probably prefer the model that we suggest. So, for instance, the European privacy regulations are very different from what is required for technologies like Siri or Alexa. And then we have the car manufacturers, and I took the icon here from the Volkswagen Foundation. They have a call for proposals and artificial intelligence for the society of the future, and that is something that is right on spot with what we want to do. Why are the car manufacturers impacted? If the option large-scale AI is chosen, then they have two options basically for the fourth generation. They can establish their own data center infrastructure. That is very unlikely. Or they can adopt AI solutions provided by the large data center owners with the existing funding models we know from social media, or with governmental support, and both is problematic. Yeah, so the car manufacturers are basically in a similar situation as with the smartphone producers 10 years ago, and they may want to explore alternatives. And yeah, there are funding opportunities with, we think, exactly that idea. So this is possible with a collaboration project. So up to 1.5 million euro can be applied for. They want projects that combine social sciences, humanities, and engineering people, so we're on spot for that. Call for proposals, for preparation proposals is 15th of July, and then 15th of October for the full proposal. This would be right on time for that. And yeah, I'll hand over to Dimitri for the details.
Thank you very much. So, with our project, the title is Small-Scale AI for Democracy. But what exactly is a democracy? Well, I'm very grateful for Alan to for helping define this definition. So we see democracy as a form of governance of a social collection whereby the decision-making power and rights are meaningfully invested in the individuals of that collective rather than a centralized authority. So in our project, democracy comes in two ways. First, we are democratizing the ways in which AI itself works. So we move from this kind of top-down centralized system to a more localized, individualized systems. But another factor is no less important. So let's look at this map. This is actually not a map of the spread of a coronavirus. This is a map of countries which consider themselves democratic, and you see, practically except Saudi Arabia and Vatican City, Myanmar, Brunei, all countries consider themselves democracies. But of course, the way they see democracy for themselves as a value of their social system, those ways are very different. And it doesn't mean that all variations of democracy are kind of bad. On the contrary, they showcase important social distinctions within those countries. And they also stem from different stakeholders from in every democratic system. Yes. So, when AI comes into picture, what the type of AI we have now, sort of large-scale AI, internet giants, and essentially companies which have almost a monopoly on certain kinds of activities, where there are two big concerns, and both raise significant security implications. First, there is the issue of national security. Countries with very different ideas of government. Russia, the countries of the European Union, have a very similar national security concern. They don't like the fact that the data of their citizens flows to some third countries, primarily to the US, to companies like Google, Facebook. That's why in Russia there is a law on kind of nationalization of citizen data, and so the data, personal data of Russian citizens is supposed to be stored in Russia, and potentially this could mean that all Google services or Facebook will be blocked. So that's the Russian approach. And however, very similar fears exist in the European Union. And currently, the European Union is seeking, for example, external consultants to look into actually how the personal data of EU citizens is treated by third countries, primarily one country, and primarily few companies within that country. So, two very different systems, politically, however, one concern in terms of national security. But then, from those kind of big political issues, there are issues of livelihood for literally millions of people. Because Hedda mentioned what happened to smartphone market 10 years ago. Well, most people in the audience probably remember the company called Nokia. Wow. It was, for a large period of time, practically synonymous with the cell phone. And it was a source of immense pride to the economy of Finland. And it was a very important part of that country's economy. But in 10 years' time, there is little remaining of Nokia. And this has great social impact. And if the regulation of big tech continues the way it is, other manufacturers may follow. And as Hedda mentioned, among them are car manufacturers. And these are literally hundreds of thousands of people working in those automotive plants. So this is an issue which has a potentially huge impact on people's livelihood. So you probably, some people in the audience probably remember how Hillary Clinton boasted that her policies will leave coal workers out of the job. Well, where is Hillary Clinton now? So this is something to be aware, and this is why our project aims for 3 kinds of stakeholders: governments, businesses, and leaders who consider social implications. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Alexei.
Thank you, guys. A question, more of a point of information to Hedda. So I'm slowly trying to understand how your approach is different from symbolic approaches that we've known for decades. But maybe you can help me and try to formulate it in a more concise way. So I saw that there are logic-based elements in that approach. I understand that there is also something about fuzzy logic and fuzzy sets, as you say, in the tradition of Zade. There are dozens of papers on symbolic computation using fuzzy sets and fuzzy logic. Some of them are well known with hundreds of citations. But so I assume that there is something I'm missing. But because you placed your approach in this category 4, saying it's not symbolic, it's not machine learning, it's something else. So can you explain to me that difference, please?
Yeah, so there needs to be, so the only model of AI that we know, the only model, full model of intelligence that we know is the human being. So human beings have both something like a machine learning substrate, right? So that's the neurological, the sensory apparatus. But we also have a logical component. So all our culture depends on language logic, and that's in one and the same area of the brain. So the only real model of intelligence that we know has both and is able to bridge the gap. So there is a gap. The logic-based people can't go over to machine learning substrate, and machine learning has trouble, for instance, to be
to evaluate truth functions. To evaluate truth functions.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, to understand the law and science and all the things that those are not accessible to machine learning approaches. We may be able to predict something. So, for instance, let an automated judge produce some automated responses.
It's correlation-based, yes.
But the system doesn't understand what it's doing because that missing link is there. And if you look at the old predictions, there is this sequence of first we have to, and this is known since the, I don't know, 1980s, probably older. We first have to understand the symbol grounding that is exactly this bridge. And then we understand what is meaning. And then the third step, that's where consciousness starts. So I've been working on the symbol grounding. So while machine learning is very nicely telling us how we get from perception to symbol. I see 10 pictures or 100 pictures of cows and whatever horses, then the system can distinguish cows and horses, so it attaches a symbol to a given input. So that solution was present since I think 2010 or so. Somebody, there is a famous paper, symbol grounding is done. So that's the one direction, but the other direction is the one that I've been researching. How do we get from something that we conjecture to exist, a hypothesis, a cultural construct, to something physically realizable or testable? So for instance, my favorite example, when people like Kepler or Galileo speculated about the universe, they had something in their mind. It came from the data, from their analysis and thought processes. And those are logical, language-based. They are happening, if we look at the fMRI, in exactly those centers. And then it goes over and imagery, for instance, or mental models that we can simulate in our mind are generated. And this is what my system does. So the implementation, if we go down to, I skipped the machine learning part from that, but the machine learning part comes in through the vector symbolic architecture model, where people have made great advances, I think since the 1990 or very late 1980s, how to bridge this in principle. But what I'm adding is having the logic more nicely integrated. So the original model was explaining how we can generate normal symbolic processing on top of this kind of brain model simulation, which matches very well with neural networks. And what I've done is track down that connection and find a direct connection through that activation pattern between, you could say truth tables and brain states.
So to summarize, what you're developing is a symbolic model that is built upon some vector machines that do probably some supervised learning down there. And then you build a symbolic level on top of that. And you're trying to bridge the gap between those parts that come from vector machines and the symbolic level of interpretation in which you're trying to make that step toward, toward computation, meaningful computation. Is there an input of fuzzy logic here? How are you bridging that gap?
Yeah, fuzzy logic is another way to explain it, and the story is a little bit longer and a bit technical. I don't know whether that's interesting, but so I'm working with a logic named context logic, which I've defined basically to solve the problem that explainable AI is trying to approach right now. Within that logic, which is very close to the linguistic structure, including topicalization and so on, so that I can actually mimic context phenomena very well, because context phenomena are what you don't have well covered in the traditional logics, at least not on a level that you can get directly to the input parameters. But the amount of structure that I assume is also it's not a perfect logical structure. It can also work with partially missing information and so on. It's quite robust, and the vector symbolic architecture is. Yeah, it is so it's not a vector, but vector symbolic architecture. So that's Canerva's system. It is a model of the brain, basically, so of brain states, and yeah, you usually in the vector symbolic architecture you start from a model of associative memory based on large random vectors which have certain properties that, for instance, allow us to, they are used in mobile phones, mobile communications, because they create a high amount of robust processing. And instead of just the vector symbolic architecture operators, I discovered a way to also have in that same immediacy the logical processing. So it's at the same level. I'm not putting this on top of it. It's completely integrated.
Okay, Machiel.
As I think the group as a whole has noticed in the last few days, there are several questions that several of us have asked about the architecture and the feasibility. I want to ask a question that is related to it, but I want the other members to respond to it, because I think, as I mentioned also in my lecture and workshop on what was it, Wednesday, team members need to have at least some adequacy in each other's discipline. You don't need to be a computer scientist, but you need to have some grasp of what is actually happening here and how can I connect to it. And I want to put to you kind of an analogy which I think captures what is at stake here, and also may capture a problem that I see. So although I'm sympathetic to the idea to get away from large-scale AI to small-scale AI, and it has several problems, including the sustainability, the robustness, etc., I also see a kind of a problem that relates more to, let's say, the social and psychological fields that the two of you are involved in. That is, if we would disabandon large-scale AI, and I would buy a car that is not equipped with large-scale data center-driven AI, big data center-driven AI, I think I would need to run the car into several accidents, etc., before it has the same level of expertise. So I want the others to respond, not you, Hedda. The same level of expertise. So typically as humans, what we do is not send it in the world with its only small-scale AI, or not AI, but living intelligence. We send our kids to school to gather the data from the large-scale data that we have assembled as a humanity before sending it out in its own on the world. So I'm wondering whether you can explain to me how this problem of how can we instill in a small-scale AI the kind of expertise that we would equip our children with, or our students for that matter, teaching it in schools and universities, and then leaving it on its own devices, no longer using the fossil fuel, etc., that are large-scale data centers now. So is this metaphor, does it capture what is at stake here? How do you see it? How do you see an analogy in your project and the kind of education that we provide to children to become independent learners, but first really tap from the resources as a collective? Am I completely led astray here by this metaphor? I want to also know what you understand of the project that you're involved in.
Sean.
Me or?
Yes, you.
Me, okay. So, yes, I was very skeptical at first, I will be honest, because as a psychologist, and where I do a little bit of neuro and cross-culture, I approach things from holistic view, I guess. So I ask question a lot to Hedda myself. Why is this no networking connection actually can be better? We didn't include everything here because it is, as many people previously mentioned, it is, we only spent 2 full days for, well, half day each for this. First day we had a general AI idea, and then I came in and I became a little more, I will be honest, I became a little more optimistic, but yes, I agree with you. I questioned, without networking, can they actually run? So one way I could imagine is that as a psychologist / cognitive scientist, I could help implement those kind of logic, prior logic into the machine that can operate. So that logic also can be deferred across a nation as well as government, as Dimitri thoroughly explained. So we actually have to go through and have to incorporate that. Also, we try to incorporate why this is valid research and why it is needed as a group whole. So I think that was very helpful. Of course, there's many too. I mean, this is still based on promises that this actually AI is better, and based on promise that this AI will be actually functional and developed by Hedda mainly. But I can see developing process we can be involved, and yeah, I see. I mean, I hope I answered the question. If I can address further, please let me know.
Okay, Dmitry.
Thank you for your question. I would then kind of decouple it in two. So first of all, in terms of our expectations for example, from self-driving vehicles. So the problem we have now, and which you have beautifully described, that we have certain expectations that we hope that those AI systems would provide us safety, and we would have little to do. But here's the problem. Big tech keeps telling us that only they have the solution. And unfortunately, we already have some tragic examples. For example, consider this ill-fated plane Boeing 737 MAX. There was a system which was supposed to compensate for engineering kind of weight imbalances in the construction of the plane. And then on the other hand, it was just as you told in terms of autonomous cars. So it was supposed to have to require minimal additional training from pilots. So on paper, Boeing had a system which fulfilled both requirements. So it compensated those imbalances in the construction of a plane, and it didn't require pilot training, additional pilot training, except for some simulation. But then things went horribly wrong. So our project, I hope, will help at least make regulators have certain second thoughts before giving big tech another free hand, and before it leads to tragedies. Then how this machine learning, how it is similar to like what happens in education. It's indeed kind of fascinating analogy, but actually you also, I think, beautifully captured it, that in both circumstances we seek certain outcomes. And that's why, considering, for example, teaching, it's really important to set out realistic learning goals and outcomes. And that's really important in terms of designing syllabi, course formation and everything. And that's what I feel is often neglected in some course designs in traditional universities.
Okay, now Dara and then Artemi.
So the way you describe your project sounds really involved. And I know that SAS has an outreach program of sorts, or outreach agenda, or I don't know how to call it. Well, there are public lectures now and then. So the question, if you were to give a public lecture about your project, how would you frame it? And that's the question for everyone. Let me just further explain. How would you interest the audience, just like the ordinary user, whatever audience of Tyumen, so that they actually come to a lecture and they get something out of it? Because you talk about stakeholders a lot, and I reckon that just ordinary people are the end stakeholder in the end of the day, right?
Okay, maybe Sean would start. I suggest we stick to the 5-sentence rule.
Yes, okay. So I think actually it's a great, it's very important question, because at the end, SAS is educational institution, so we would like to contribute. So to that, so I think we can. It's not we talked about stake a lot, because it is important to have funding to continue this project, of course. However, I think it's also important that we are emphasizing democratic process of this, and also trying to give people power in a way by people having choice. So that I think we can frame, in my opinion, that can be my field. Related to my field, as well as other people's interest. And then perhaps Dimitri can elaborate further.
Okay, Dimitri.
So Selena, I think, gave us positive agenda, and I think as a former public relations specialist, I think to add we have to add a certain layer of fear, because fear sells. And we don't have even to invent anything, because as Hedda told us, current autonomous vehicle system designed by those big AI companies, they literally can cut a driver in half by driving under a truck, because they kind of just didn't, because they considered that it wasn't a truck, it was something else. So this is scary, so I think we can play on those fears, and once people are here, we can explain our project.
Yeah, and Hedda, do you want to add something? Okay, Artemi and Alexei.
Yeah. I have a question for Dmitry. I didn't quite understand these democratic arguments, so let me clarify. I can see why the big AI is potentially a danger to democracy, in the sense that there is the big other, or blah, blah, blah. But what I don't understand is how you avoid this danger by using the small-scale AI, because any AI seems to be kind of synoptic, right, collecting a lot of data. So if you give it to a private person, you empower this private person basically to have enormous power over others. Your definition of liberal democracy was not exact. As you know, liberal democracy is usually defined as empowerment of individuals and groups, particularly in the pluralist tradition. So if you have a small-scale AI, then most probably there will be some group of people, a party, a business group, that will take hold of it and establish some very, very totalitarian or authoritarian control over our tastes, our private life, etc. So explain to me how the small scale helps here. Well, the dangers are clear, but the remedy is not clear.
Well, thank you for your question. Well, in our last plenary, like yesterday, I've mentioned this Madisonian vision of democracy, which was not yet the kind of modern vision of a liberal democracy. And indeed, it was kind of very kind of rudimentary kind of system based on dividing the political system into endless factions and not giving each any particular faction absolute control. So similar logic may apply here. So as long as in this system control is distributed among various groups and factions, well, then we don't reach this kind of dystopian scenario. But that, of course, requires a lot of care. But then I specifically didn't want to limit the definition of democracy to just the liberal democracy, because there can be different visions of democracy depending on regions, societies, various factors. Even among kind of established democracies, Japan is very different from the Netherlands. So our goal is to frame the project in such a fashion that it could be of interest for stakeholders in different, in various kinds of democracies, so that they could take into account their particular circumstances. So we don't push a particular vision of democracy. We try to leave room for various variations.
Sean?
So I'd like to add that, okay. So sorry, oh God. Thank you so much for accommodating the online participants. So I think, Dmitry, were defined what we are using as operational definition of democracy and emphasize that it's not centralized. But I like to add a little more on the second part question. So I believe the a person who questioned is asking, it depends on who's holding, depending on the, what is the intention of the user, it can be dangerous, right? So we discussed about this, but you can't spell out everything at once, right? This is a 15-minute, where, short presentation. We want to convey broad idea. So yes, we that's what I was discussing with Heda, not only with only Heda, but Dimitri, Alan, and Rita, who couldn't make here, but today due to some other reason, I guess. But I believe. I hope you understand. So we did have an intense discussion, and I think we have a capacity or ability to continue. That's something that you can't just answer right away. We have to think about this and test this actually, and think about how to test it as well. I hope this is this one answer that can reflect our view. Thank you.
Yeah. I'd like to add the investment for the big data AI is much larger. So, for instance, a car manufacturer anywhere couldn't erect a data center infrastructure, a worldwide data center infrastructure, and that's what one would need if cars would be controlled like Alexa or other systems. So the primary the investment hurdle is much larger. So in our case, it's more like an operating system. So a one-time or maybe it's even for free if it's something like Linux. And then the robotics operator, producer, manufacturer, or the car manufacturer, they can just install that on their car. They don't need to buy any large infrastructure or anything. So that allows a much larger number of competitors. That allows local industry to participate and be part of AI, and there is and it does not lead to a worldwide race who has the largest customer bases, for instance, because currently the thing is if we use the attention economy funding model, it depends. So the amount of AI that somebody can contribute depends on the number of customers they have. So the overall customer basis is the major factor. So for instance, China has a lot of customers, so they can build up a competitor, but Germany or France are definitely left out of that because that's just a small country.
Okay, now let's let Sean add one more sentence that she wanted to add.
Oh, thank you so much. So I agree about everything Heda and Dmitry had to contribute. And one thing I want to add is what was I thinking? I'm sorry. It's the distance, I guess. So we use autonomous car as example, and we think that can be best applied for this model at this point. It doesn't mean, however, we will limit the model will be limited to only that. That's all I want to add. And we can expand to other applications. Yes.
Thank you. So now let's increase the speed a little bit because I think we had 4 questions over the 25 minutes. So a question has an answer rather than a micro speech. And I see a lot of questions, so I would like to hear those answers. Alexei goes first.
Yes, this again is going to be a bit technical. I apologize, but I'm really trying to understand your logic in research, Hedda. So this review from Chemnitz last month of vector symbolic architectures lists 8 implementations in the last 20 years with a very small community of basically 6 senior researchers working on this. They also try to explain this small community and small number of implementations, saying that there is the unbinding problem and then not self-reverse bindings, pose a problem of readout in these kinds of architectures. So, these are all the technical things about this particular vector symbolic architecture field. What makes it so attractive to you? Why are you going into this particular small field that has known problems? Why are you attracted to that? Why is that your choice?
Yeah, so the traditional way, so in terms of the first models, to put, let's say, to add, say, reasoning or anything logic-based to that system is to go via an intermediate step. So we have the model that can explain the substrate quite nicely, and then what can be put on top of it is the standard symbolic vocabulary, like something like pointers, pairs, and so on. I'm not doing that, but I'm staying down on the bit vector level. So I avoid a lot of especially that breakdown. I can avoid that.
And you also get many other problems, like the readout problem. No, you don't.
So what I'm building upon is, I'm coming from both sides. So I have the context logic mechanism for having a more a more perceptual logical language. I have both a more perceptual logical language, and I have a more logical, and that's the vector symbolic architecture, a model of or something that I can make logical, model of brain activity than the more realistic neuron model, for instance.
Thank you.
In both cases, what I am studying and have been studying is the problems that we are right now running into again and trying to solve with making machine learning explainable. It's again this bridge, and research has hit that barrier several times now, and I've and circumvented it a little bit by doing something different. So, for instance, there are now explainable AI. There are now proposals to do this by some policy mechanism, but that's again a way to circumvent that and for people to stay on one or the other side, and that's a little bit of the scientific community problem there. So people from machine learning usually think I'm a logic-based person, and people from logic-based tell me, "Oh, you're doing machine learning." So I'm really trying to bridge that gap and have been working on that, and with some interesting success lately.
Okay, Andre.
I don't know. I have a stupid question. I don't know. Okay, so I will ask it. Since the example of self-driving cars has been ubiquitous in your presentations these days, right? So my question is about that. I always was struck by why is everybody so fascinated about self-driving cars, right? I mean, first of all, most people would rather drive than sit next to a driver. It's fun to drive. It kills the market of taxi drivers, which actually jeopardizes the whole community, which is the less socially kind of, if you lose a job in a city, right now you can become a taxi driver and still provide for your family. If this option doesn't exist, it's actually very problematic. So the only thing, the only argument which kind of is convincing in favor of self-driving cars is precisely because it actually helps fight traffic jams. All cars, if they are kind of organized by one single AI system, they move more efficiently, and that's why it's better than a single driver, a human driver, right? Because they can actually navigate, better. Only if it's one system controlling all the cars, for example. If you actually go back to imitating one single driver who has no idea what another driver in another car is doing, is thinking and doing, planning to do it, planning to go, then you actually lose that advantage, which is the main advantage of actually going in that direction.
So for the self-driving car, one of the advantages is that it can be that it can have faster reactions than a human being, and also they can talk to each other, so that that communications is like network communications, what my mobile phone does for calling somebody that's enormously fast, and I have the call on the other side of the planet, and so this kind of fast communication is available to the cars, and they don't need to be centrally controlled. These kind of arrangements are done with basically in wireless communications, for instance, all those problems we have in traffic are also need to be solved.
Okay, do Dmitry want to add something?
Yeah, just one example that the kind of this central control, it will also escalate the kind of privacy challenges which we have now on a whole new level, because, well, recently it emerged that those kind of bad cops who kind of planted drugs to reporter Ivan Golunov, they basically tracked him through Yandex Taxi. If all the cars are controlled by some central entity, be it Yandex, Google, well, whoever wants to track all the movements of a person can do it in one click. So, well, there is kind of a whole new privacy challenge.
Okay, Sean.
Can I add one more for the employment case?
Sean is speaking.
No, I was going to cover the same thing actually. Would you like? Okay, I would. So maybe perhaps we're talking about similar thing. So yeah, the employment thing. Actually, in many developed countries, the labor fee is wages are much higher, and then people don't want to, because it's really tiresome job. In Korea, some of the actually cities, smart city, so-called smart city, employed driverless car, and as you can guess, it's center controlled. It's okay when it's in the government's hands, but Heda and Dmitry described, it can be problematic when it's in wrong one's hand. And I see the point at this point of our the technology. Yes, it's better to be centralized, so we can track. There's of course cons about it too, but by developing further technology, if each own AI can actually operate separately, we don't need to worry about that. Even Tesla actually is driving. There's a danger about that too. I love Tesla. Idea of Tesla actually. In theory, I like it, but the first conversation I had with her was about that. She was always passionate about this idea about autonomous car, and then people dying in the accident in the car. So I think there is much to be developed in that area. Can perhaps add, Heda?
Yeah, so that's the argument that they are safer. So one of the estimations is they are double as safe as human drivers. But regarding the employment situation, so we are taking the example of driverless cars because it's something that's being done at the moment, but the whole field of autonomous robotics is behind this. And for instance, in the oil and gas industry is very much interested in autonomous robotics, and yeah, also in, in scenarios where it's about places where we don't want to send human beings, or where there is a need for permanent assistance on standby. Those are scenarios where we don't have people to do that.
Okay, colleagues, please raise your hands who still have a question. 1, 2, anyone else? Okay, so let's, Krishna will go first.
Thanks for the presentation, it's very nice, and I'm intrigued by your technical expertise. As a neuroscientist, I'm just curious, it's not a critical question, I'm curious to understand one thing. You said that this AI model would be the most closed door, the model of brain, and also you gave an example saying, like based on the information fed before the AI could differentiate horses and cow, that was the example you gave. But if you see the human intelligence, it's not that black and white. It doesn't, the sensory information, for example, it may be the same example, is not stored in the visual cortex as horse or cow. There is, this mesolimbic pathway and other areas. It gives some emotional salience to this. In a lighter note, maybe I can give the same example. We have a SAS professor, is Munesh. If he sees cow, he would imagine as a god. For him, it's God. But the Pakistani, the PDS candidate, she would see that as a, tasty meat. So it's not just cow. It has some more emotional value to that, right? Will ever AI would achieve that state? Like, just not black and white, it's just cow. Will there be any, emotional attachment to that? And yeah, that's my...
Can we ask Munesh, is that true? maybe Munesh would like to confirm.
Well, that's a personal question, but this is about believing something, and these belief systems have been propagated through ages, and there are many reasons behind it. So, for example, if somebody is more attached to certain particular, for example, in the Hinduism tradition, we even consider the mountains and rivers as God. We consider them divine because they are very necessary for survival. Okay, so in the same light, I want to ask the question to the group members. I don't see any connection between democracy and the different types of AI. You are saying that the small AI, the large-scale AI, which is equivalent to neural networks. So my question is, how do you plan to integrate the applications of AI in a democratic setup? Like, for example, there has been a lot of talk about the superintelligence where AI overtaking the role of democratic suffrage in the terms of election or selection of the head of state. And there has been a lot of talk in books like Nick Bostrom about the future superintelligence is going to take over and it's going to create a lot of issues with democratic setups. So my question is, how do you address that in your project?
Okay, you have a comment and a question. Do you want to reply?
Yeah, so first the different associations that people have with different terms. I had this this example of no understanding, associative understanding, and then this semantic understanding of which we are capable, which is model formation, simulation in our heads. So I've been working on that part, but we understand associative understanding quite well, and the systems that come out of so my system does have individual differences because it's based on random vectors, and they can go into the one or the other direction, and then it also depends on who the AI system would interact with a lot. So it would mean different things depending on who the driver is with whom this system serves.
Sean?
I will keep short. So I agree. To human, but human like to believe everything is absolute as well, actually. But to human, things actually are gray. But we have a belief that things are something absolute. We like to believe that. We like to have a rationalizing thinking style. So, but anyway, so that's another logical problem. But we have a preference, and the degree of a preference can be reflected in this. According to my understanding, Hedda is more technical, person. So, but she answered some bit of it. But I'm elaborating more psychological perspective. That can be, I believe, reflected by using this more personalized because of interaction with the human directly, the user owner in the case she used, and also communication between, not centralized. It's not monopolized in this case. That's why we think that this is a more rather democratic, it's how can I say, supports democracy. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Dmitry?
Yeah, speaking about democracy, well, there is one thing, democracy is a kind of philosophical concept, as a kind of normative question, but when you actually go to a conference where like people deal with concrete democratic issues, of issues of election and so on, as I did last year, if I find myself in the company of people from the special services, from the army, all kinds of people, and you even wonder why you are not taken to jail as a Russian spy. And that illustrates that just like in our case, kind of case study of autonomous vehicles and car manufacturers, policymakers and stakeholders in some dealing with larger questions of democracy, they also have certain fears which are caused by this current large-scale AI and big tech. So our project aims to answer these concrete fears.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations to the last team. Thank you. And I think because this is the end of the third plenary, we would like to invite Andrei to say goodbye to our broadcast and to, well, summarize what we have witnessed over the past 3 days.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. I don't know, what we've witnessed is the fourth iteration of the project design session. I must say all the four are very different. And it's interesting that although the format doesn't change very much, although this year we made an innovation by using the preferred directions already in the call for applications. Before that, the calls were completely open. We just were looking for people who are interested in multidisciplinary research. This time we kind of had some concrete issues. Still, we have very different results. And I think what was special about this year's PDS was that we have unusually a large proportion of scientists, right, of people who do biology, IT, economics, if you consider economics science as opposed to, I don't know, humanities or social sciences. So anyway, there was a different composition because in previous PDS were dominated, I think, by sociologists, anthropologists, people who do humanities. So we had a different emphasis. And I think that led to discussions which were, on the one hand, less exciting, because when people discuss something which is more about humanities, social sciences, they get straight away into interesting philosophical questions, and here our board is always helping into kind of moving the level of discussion up. Here, when you have a lot of hard sciences present, it turns out that when the discussion gets really complicated, most of the audience cannot follow it because they just don't know the details. And to make it more available for everybody, to simplify, and when they simplify, it's not very interesting, right? So there is this kind of gap, which I don't know how we are going to address again when we have the next year's PD, because we need science here. We need not only humanities and social sciences, we need also hard sciences, and how to introduce this kind of people into what format better will be, I think, a task we are going to address in the following years. But overall, I think what we also witnessed today, and that's in this iteration, and that's typical for PDS, I can now say we have a sample of 4, so I can actually make some generalizations, is that projects improve day after day. And it's not only the single project that has a couple of days to develop gets better, which is kind of natural because by giving feedback from the discussions at the plenary and they have more time. But it's also clear that people who even got together for the first time on the 3rd day, they actually speak to each other in a more, say, comprehensible manner than when they first meet, because I think the kind of our expertise in the audience of how to build multidisciplinary communication improves over these 3 days, right? So I think this is a kind of simultaneous processes, and that's why we have 3 days, because people have been asking me, well, why don't you have just 2 iterations after second plenary? Apparently everything is clear, which works, which doesn't work, but no, today we had some surprises. We had some projects which actually didn't look that good yesterday that has game look better, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think this was the most interesting thing and dynamic. And those of our online audience who had patience to sit through 33 sessions, which certainly saw this happening. I think what we are going to do with this footage is that we will cut most interesting sections of this discussion and glue them together, so we have a video which is watchable, which is maybe 2 hours long, that has all most interesting moments from these discussions over this past 3 days, so everybody can actually revisit them if they saw them before we were here physically, or they can maybe just watch them for the first time and see how multidisciplinary communication happens. So this is an unusual format, and actually I would follow Daniel's example and ask Mahil, who is a very expert on interdisciplinary communication, to reflect upon what you've seen over these 3 days. Is it, I mean, different from how things happen in other institutions that emphasize multidisciplinarity? And what are your thoughts and observations? Yeah, but I think if you come here, it'll be better.
Okay. Well, about being put on the spot on the end of these 3 days. Well, it's been really inspiring to see, indeed, over the process of 3 days, people from like 3-4 different continents coming here from very different disciplines, and then working gradually on the processes. I think psychologically it has been testing, also because we as a board of experts were asked to be somewhat critical and pushing some issues. But what I've been seeing, and what was really promising, is that people were, so the groups, the different groups were getting increasingly familiar with the topics and the different team members. So much smaller in scope than a couple of days before, but then actually is really something that can only be done by this particular group of colleagues. So I think much of the comments that we as external experts have have given and have asked in terms of questions to the projects was like, where can you really touch upon each other's expertise and benefit from this interaction with colleagues? And even though I think, so I said somewhat jokingly to a colleague yesterday, I don't think that a process like this, if we would do that in Amsterdam, so I'm from the University of Amsterdam, I think we will be grilled. So it's been very intense and hardworking. But on the other hand, I would like maybe to try this at home, because it shows that indeed in 3 days you can push the limits, and not by pushing them outwards, but instead pushing them inwards and converging on a topic that might be feasible indeed in a couple of years. So thanks for that opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Michiel, and I want to thank all our expert board members.